Where are my wristbands? Oh, there we go. There we go. Kakazi. First! Damn. There's some quick draws going on. Shaunarus, good to see you. I hope your sleep pattern stuff's doing well. Puns, happy birthday, friend. Nexus, numbers, Watto and welcome, one and all. So that does put Kakazi in the lead for this month. Gonna start doing like just having a look back over the tables of the year. Oh no! Well, Shaunarus, hopefully this will prove to be some nice background entertainment. Because the ping gods have been kind, eh? I mean, turning on the Twitch alerts to let you know when the stream is live does make you just better. So perhaps that's it. Perhaps that's the secret ingredient. And it's not just because I write weird little messages in everyone every day. Calder says, I don't know what that is, but it looks like you're drinking butter. Mmm, butter. The snack that snacks back. Yeah, no. The one of the goals once we start getting into the winter proper is going to be try and work out how to get the lighting a little better on here. And the only reason I say that is because you can tell as soon as I open up another tab because my whole ass face changes. I think I've got another key light kicking around and stuff, so. Sorry, here's me oversharing. Keldra, Watto and welcome. Numbers, lovely to see you. How goes it? So Numbers, I know of Eternites, but I haven't had the chance to play it yet. It came out, God, I want to say... Oh, I'm just going to look it up on Steam. When did it come out? It came out earlier this month. Alright. It is a weird, surrealist, post-apocalyptic dating game. And it really does look fascinating. You know, I was pondering this earlier today. And... well, okay. We've talked a lot about the way different regions and different genres have evolved. That's the thing we've talked about loads. And the JRPG is a fascinating one because it originally meant to mean something else. You know, just RPGs that came from Japan. But it's morphed into a term that means a specific style, either like mechanically or artistically, you know. It's as much a genre as a designator, you know what I mean? And Quasi-Watto and welcome. And yeah, I did it! If you want, friends, I did highlight just the winning fight. If you haven't, if you just want to see me clear it, I do have that about. But the VOD's also up as well. But yeah, I only took 540 tries. But yeah, so this year I found out about 2 different classic RPGs that sound fascinating. And I was kind of... Wait, Eternites came out last year? Jesus, yeah, no, 24. Oh, fucking hell. It seems to have done alright on Steam. It was one of our ones to watch from Summer Games Fest 2023. Anyway, where the hell am I going with this thread? Just that there are a large number of JRPG projects that come out a year that don't really register. And I understand that there is a certain kind of person who is really looking for those sorts of experiences. But for me personally, at this point, like anything in the JRPG space has to be doing something really fascinating. You know, what is it? Mephisto or what have you that's dropping either soon or like nowish. I'm enamored with that art style. And Eternites was definitely one that I was curious about. I think I have a copy of it. Yeah. But like, you know, 100x eyes and stuff like that, you know, things that really pop. And I guess that's more the art style than the genre, but... Okay, then Jamami, you're going to have a great time with that VOD. Sorry. But it's just been interesting because I was looking up... So a game I found out about yesterday, well, technically the wee hours this morning, is a game called Linda Cubed. Or Linda Squared. Sorry, Linda Cubed. It was a... What was it? 92 RPG? That originally came out on the PC Engine. It was ported to the PlayStation in 90... Sorry, it came out in 95 on the PC Engine. It was ported to the PlayStation in 97 and the Saturn in 98. And it is fucking weird. And it kind of got me down this whole like rabbit hole thread of, you know, that team, where are they now? What other kinds of games have they made? And they've worked on buttloads. But once you start getting into like the PS2 era and beyond of JRPGs and the ilk, the blend really starts to happen. Rilu, what on welcome. Were you also a 95 release? Probably could have phrased that better. Let's pretend I never said that. And Down Under Dwarf, what on welcome. Hello, hello. And before even you ask, it's not butter. Oh, and Keldra, thank you for passing on. It was real cool. Like the whole clan came in yesterday for Elden Ring. But I don't know, I just... Between... God, what was the other one I found out about earlier this year? Between Linda Cubed and... What was it? It's one of those terrible feckin' names. Baroque, which I know I've spoken to you all about before, which is one... I'd seen the Wii remake, but I did not know about the original. Like... It's interesting how experimental the Japanese game dev scene was during the PS1 into like early PS2 era. But then I guess as things kind of solidified and the Japanese market shifted, like it feels like the Final Fantasy X formula became the formula to emulate and work from. Now, I'm not saying that weird, cool, funky RPGs don't exist and aren't coming out of that region, but they definitely moved into the indie space. And Hoffers, thank you. And Keldra, your fish has been added. Next time we gotta do that. It's in there. What? Buns! It's a horrifying wordplay. It's not a bad one, it's horrifying. Yeah, I was an 85 creation. Fearless. There are way too many titles that I could put in that like spiritual successor. Like, I'd have to go. No one title springs to mind, but there have been so many that have crossed my feed that could be considered or were intending to be, right? Aeon, well, turn welcome. Coming in. Anyway, Joe, it just... Numbers, it was super coincidental for you to ask about Eternites, which I did think looked really interesting. At the same time as I've been having this weird kind of like internal dialogue about, you know, JRPGs and where they sit. Because now, V-Squid, I do agree, but also, like, Squaresoft kind of fucked stuff, which is why Enix swooped in and, you know, bought them. And for as much as I love the experimental era of Square, they were spending a lot of money on games that didn't sell. Oh, no, sorry, and Squid, I know that you know this. It's not like I'm trying to, you know, be the grand voice of JRPGs. But I don't know. There was something.
The Teenage
Hey!
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Way cool. What the heck? Did Twitch just take credit for Yeti's gifted subs? What the fuck? So Yeti gifted out 5 subs. 5 Hunts of House Carl with Kakui, Dietz, Ezekiel Mish, Hot Hamble, and a Phantom Queenum. But then Twitch was like, I also did this!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Oh, okay, there we go.
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
No, so yeah, apparently Twitch is giving out bonus subs right now. Okay. Kind of feel like they jumped in front with the party poppers ahead of Yeti, but alright. Also, if we see Quasi, I need to say another huge thank you to Quasi, because they threw in 1,000 bits during yesterday's victory, and I was so just overcome with joy, I completely missed it. And Aeon, I have heard of Whittle Mistakes. It looks like a haunting rework of Fall Guys. So however, from just skimming the page, it does seem they're actually making a single-player game about thousands of babies going through a brutal assault course. Sorry, Ryu was just saying that Twitch is in their bad books at the moment because they're getting rid of the face from Binding of Isaac. Cold Ankles. That would be a valid game to create. Well, no hate to Binding of Isaac peeps, but I know they've always been a bit shifty when it comes to business stuff. I don't know what happened between them and Danny B, but something happened. Because Danny B did not come back for the
Monster Hunter Digivices.
And Akira Zero, I still have mine. I will admit the last few years of animal care have definitely removed the whimsy of looking after a creature. I love you, Amos, but you are not your problems are not whimsical, they are very real. So yeah, I still have the Digipet that you gave me those years ago. And Dice Goddess, what and welcome. It's not butter. Butter. No, I think with my pale pasty ass, the white balance has shifted weird. Because it's not. I can't believe it's not butter. Oh, legend. Alright, you've rumbled me. It is in fact hot butter ice cream It's the heat and sip. God, Hypnospace Outlaw is a fucking joy. Chornerus, I've not had the chance to review all of the Monster Hunter Wilds footage, so, like, you would be the people that I would ask if there's a Rathalos Prime in there. Eon, unsalted. It's after 3 p.m. You can't have salted hot butter before 3 p.m. God, after 3 p.m. It's crazy. First you clog the arteries, then you clear them. Yeah, but now Rilu, now we're talking about real, actual cooking stuff. Rilu was like, I'll raise you smoked butter. Good, like, smoked butter, like, proper fresh bread. Fuck, yes. Bread for days. And Hoffa's, yeah, like I said, whatever happened with Super Meat Boy and stuff like that, whatever happened between the Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac devs and Danny B, I don't think has ever been discussed, but, you know, this is just me looking at the tea leaves. Danny has never spoken ill of anybody, he's never said anything. And so, with Bible Thump, like, Rilu, I mean, Twitch is a great big organization, and they have made a pig's ear of quite a few things. But I also know, again, that, you know, in terms of, like, licensing, they might be asking for a lot more than they did back when it was just, like, just in TV, you know. I'm still amazed the Destructoid robot head is still in the Twitch ecosystem. You know. When was the last time you were like, yo, I have this hot breaking story on Destructoid you all gotta check out? And you're right, it is kind of iconic. I don't know. Fiona and I talked about this a lot, and Twitch has changed wildly since the early days. Twitch is now, you got to think of it like a hosting platform, right? These little islands floating in a great big paddling pool. Like back in the day, to be on Twitch, to bleed purple was to be part of something. It was like being part of its own cabal, its own community. And that's not the case anymore, right? You know, the big entities here are people who are real world famous. Like, the idea of a real famous person streaming on Twitch back in the Justin days is mind-boggling. Back then, there'd be a handful of streamers like per genre, and you could kind of know everybody. These days, I'll be chatting to someone and they're like, oh, what do you do? I stream for a living. Oh, do you know X Poopy Fart Butthole 17? No, I do not know Poopy Fart Butthole. And that's just how these things have kind of grown, right? So, I don't know. I was listening to Zach's thoughts and feels on the state of Twitch today, and if you don't know, yes, his surname is Bussy, but Zach does a lot of Twitch reporting and like deconstruction stuff. And like, aside from Aperios, is one of the few kind of people I listen to on the subject. God fucking damn it. I try and come up with the dumbest Twitch names I can, and you'll find the people. Well, Rilu, thank you. Fucking terror. And one of the things that Zach was talking a lot about today is it's really hard to find people on Twitch. Because, like, if you've never seen this place before, if you just download the Twitch app and you go on there, it's so hard to find somebody in that space. And I'm not saying that he's wrong, but, like, ultimately, Twitch is the place that you host the thing. It's not the place itself, you know what I mean? Hey, up, Joe! The Chuckle Fucks have just been out, so they're all good.
There's a bajillion dogs outside right now.
Yeah, I managed to get him out first before dog walking hours. Okay, they got out at 4:30 and 3:45 respectively. Yep. Anyway, sorry friends, I'm talking about stuff, I don't tend to discuss Twitch stuff because I'm not as knowledgeable as most. The thing I was building up to, the thing I wanted to say is that ultimately Twitch is the place where we be. And I'm just happy we have a space that is ours, you know what I mean? There are other platforms that could host a live video, and it wouldn't change us as a squad, but I'd certainly... I don't know. Good at maths. You know what? Let's change the subject because I am being nonsensical. Will's not making sense. I was trying to convey some of the stuff we were talking about, and apparently I just don't have that level of brain power. So.
What stuff?
Well, just about how Twitch has changed from what it was, right? It's not an entity that you're just one blob part of.
It's not fun anymore.
Twitch isn't fun anymore.
It's not fun anymore. I say that as someone who just attended TwitchCon.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that you can't have fun on Twitch.
If you remember JTV and the camaraderie of 2016, this year was a disappointment.
It's a different
Everybody
time.
just wanted to be important. And look at me, and I'm so cool, and I'm doing all this. And I was just like, hello.
And there was a time when it was...
Although I was talking to somebody about being a streamer at some point in time. And I showed them Deus's video that he made a bajillion years ago.
The Fiona trailer.
Yeah. And I mean, names have changed since then, so it's not even the same username. And there were just people looked at me and they were, why don't you stream anymore? And I'm like, because I'm old. And my PC is dead.
The second part is a noob, but...
I am old. I am not for this earth anymore. I'm like the elves. Walketh off into whatever, I don't know. I'm tired.
Instead of it being a white boat, it's purple floating off. But it's just in TV on the sides.
Old style Twitch glitch.
Yeah.
Fades into the distance. I ride off into Valhalla.
I know I talk about this a lot. I still remember when Twitch used to court games companies. They came to us.
I remember.
Please, sir, show your video game on
I
Twitch.
remember when it was hard to just get booths to go to TwitchCon.
Yeah.
2016, they didn't have a lot of booths because nobody saw the value in it. Because there was none.
Well, the big spend...
That wasn't that long ago.
The big spend in the OG one, which was 15, was H1Z1.
Yeah.
And then they went under because of all their weird fuckery, and no one was like, what do we do? Aeon, I wouldn't say it's actually pandemic recovery for Twitch. It's grown to a point, and the rumbling behind the scene is that Amazon keeps looking at it and being like, we don't want to get rid of this, but you all need to start making more money than you are because of...
Poke.
Yeah, poke,
Money.
make cash. We spend a lot on your servers. Time to pay that back. And it's like...
Capitalism sucks, man.
Yeah. But it's like, back in the day, if you were streaming, you were going up against, 2 other rando fans. Right now, if I look at my list...
Amos pets for me.
Oh, Vanderbeest has requested that Amos gets pets.
He got pets just now.
Okay.
And so did River.
I'll give some extras now. Because Fiona can't come on camera because they'll dox themselves. There we go. Hey, baby boy, this is from Vanderbeest. Yes. He's watching Fiona like a hawk. And okay, before I kind of continue, please take my opinions with a pinch of salt. Even though this right here is how I pay the rent and don't die, I am not a repeatable example. I don't know the Twitch ecosystem. I didn't sit down and like work the magical algorithms to become a genius. How most of you found me, I will never fucking know, and I'm very grateful for that. But like, if we're going to talk about Twitch as a place, I just want to cap it with, when it comes to video games and the games industry, I know what I'm talking about. When it comes to Twitch, your opinion is as good as mine. You know what I'm saying? Nexus, that's fair. That's fair. Although, it's wild that it was a VOD that brought you in. Like, that's so cool, but, you know, VODs never seem to go anywhere, because YouTube hates advertising other people's platforms. And Aeon, from what I've heard, like, the whole thing is, Amazon is very honest about, like, the brutal crunch of it. With most people being like, survive for 3 to 5 years, get your bonuses, and then fuck off. Yeah, no, really, we know who to blame. Oh, cold ankles, you got pulled here by the Dans? That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Vanderbeest, you were here. You came with me in the fellow exiles. Yeah, Dice, you got roped in by Nick. Most of you that aren't, like, of the exiles, it's pretty much been, most people it's like, oh, so-and-so told me about this place. And then you came on by. Yeah, he was a DJ. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Chaunerus, you also speak the old words. It's a wild time. But I don't know. Like, I acknowledge the need that I need to be doing more to find more homies, but in the same breath, don't worry, I'm not going to try and, I don't know. I wouldn't even be able to tell you what the air quotes meta is right now. I'm real happy with our little corner. All I was going to add on Twitch comments is like, I see genuine, honest to goodness famous people just streaming casually to, you know, thousands upon thousands of people. And like, that's, you can't step to that, right? Well, Rilu was saying it's wild that our paths crossed. The UK games industry is fucking tiny. And being a games industry charity, like, we were literally, like, a shoe's throw away from each other for the EGX, well, when it was just rezzed up in Birmingham, for sure. Oh, and Air Dragon was a Joe Cat raid. Fuck yeah! Man, I need to catch up with Joe. Bless them. They sent me a copy of Tiny Glade, which I am really looking forward to, like, just cracking a bottle over the weekend and just getting stuck into. So, Eon, do you mean, like, games that I am credited as working on, or... Because please don't ask me for the streamed games list. I used to keep up to date with it, but the streamed games list is mostly... I can't remember. I had to put some of them on my IMDb for BAFTA. But I can tell you real fast, which was, for Lionhead, I only really worked on Creature Isles, but I am credited on Fable, Black and White, and what was it? Fable: The Lost Missions, or what have you. But yeah, Black and White, Creature Isles was the one I worked on for 3 months as like a kind of like a paid intern. Past that, pretty much it was Total War games. So I did Empire, Napoleon, then moved to CA and did Shogun 2, For the Samurai, Rome 2, Attila, I guess I was technically credited. Actually, no, I was uncredited for the German version of Jambo Safari. And then I think I'm missing something. That was the bulk of what I did. From then on, unfortunately, it was a bunch of stuff that got, cancelled or dropped. I worked on Ion when I was at Improbable, and that disappeared into the fucking ether. Moved to New Zealand, worked on Out of Ammo Death Drive, and Stationeers. Well, I didn't... Being canon in the Sonic universe, I didn't technically work on the game. They put my face and my voice in it. Oh, Rilu, go get some sleep. I'm real sorry we started super late, but babies gonna be babies. Yeah, so Aeon, the first game I ever tested was Black and White. After Lionhead Studios left after Bullfrog left... Okay, let me rephrase that. Bullfrog got bought by EA. They made a whole bunch of games, and then things started to get toxic because EA. So they left to form Lionhead Studios, and their first title was Black and White, the God Sim. And this was also the time where they opened up the ability for people to sign up to be a week's tester. So you show up, you test the game, and then you get like a little certificate at the end. And they weren't too far from where I was living, so I did a couple of rounds of this, just heading down to Guildford, and they asked if I wanted to work over the summer, and I was like, fuck yes, I want to do that. And that was kind of my start. Oh yeah, Jeffrey. Also, Watto and welcome. Yeah, Tiny Glade seems to be doing gangbusters, and I'm so happy for it. Currently sitting at like 3.4 thousand reviews on Steam. So yeah, it's doing good. And it's definitely something I'm looking forward to having to play around with. So that's my current discography. There's a bunch of other titles that I can't talk about because either they're still trapped in some variation of NDA or some flavor of nonsense. Bismarck, Watto and welcome. I've been involved in so many projects and so many pitches. One of them got greenlit. The other one went into like pre-production. Both of them got killed for different reasons at different places. It was good. Sorry, not good that they got killed, but it's given me a nice wide understanding of the industry. I've also been involved in fundraising and publishing and all sorts at varying kind of little behind-the-scenesian levels. I've been lucky enough to be in some of the big meetings, and I've helped people find publishing deals and scrounge for cash and what have you. It's one of the frustrating things in the games industry that, aside from games with your name on, sometimes you can have an extensive wealth of knowledge, but nothing to show for it, if that makes a weird sense. Legend, how many NDAs am I still under? Like 2? I think I still have an active NDA with 2 companies. So, it's been an interesting discussion going on at the moment about how the standardization for crediting on video games, that we as an industry need to agree that if you work on a game, you get a credit, right? Okay, hey, Chaunerus, I sincerely wish you the best of luck getting your sleep schedule going back on, because I know that dance. So good luck, fight well, sleep harder. But no, something that's just been doing the rounds right now is formally getting it to a point where if you've worked on a project, you get a credit. Because for far too long, it's basically been the case of if you ship the game, then you get to be on the credits. Which, if you spend 2 years of your life, of a 3-year cycle, on a game, but you leave before it goes out the door, that doesn't remove the influence you've had on that title. It also means that I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this without sounding like the biggest bitch of all time. There is a problem with certain individuals doing kind of like the creative equivalent of false valor? Which is something that there was a huge problem with the games industry back in the 2000s. Not the miscrediting, but people who would claim to be like ex-military as consultants and actually never done anything. Stolen valor? I think it's stolen valor. Anyway, there are a few individuals who have, you know, floated turgidly around the industry. Stolen valor is okay, yes. Thank you, Phyllis. Who have claimed to work on very, very big games, who they have not. You know, they were sort of around maybe and near it at the time. And because studios are so bad at crediting, it's harder to argue against people who are basically just fucking grifting. Because for a lot of studios, they'll only put your name in the credits if you're there when it comes time to write the credits. Which I think is bullshit. I mean, yes, it will mean that video game credits will get longer, but also, why are video game credits so fucking boring? Bayonetta and God Hand literally showed us how to do it. Nah, Grayson, you're all good. Honestly, I'm still humming from it, you know? I'm glad you all got to be there. I did not expect that would be the time where we would clear it. I guess Smash Bros has a credits minigame. Splatoon had a very, very good one. And, I mean, Nier Automata, chef's kiss. But, I forget how we got onto the subject of crediting. I really do. God, my brain is jello today. Before I jumped on, I was basically dag wrangling and finishing paperwork stuff, which I haven't finished and will have to do after. Well, Nexus, it's more a case of we need an industry agreement that if you work on a game, that you get to have your names in the credits, right? And I know that sounds like a simple thing, but we need that. Now, I don't say we need something like movies exactly, because here's the thing, like, once you reach a certain point, you're wearing a lot of hats. I know a couple of companies I've worked at had a rule where you could only be credited for one thing, and I always kind of hated that. But then, sometimes when you're watching the credits for a game and you see the same person, you see them listing all the roles, and it's a lot of the same person. You're kind of like, I feel like we could have conveyed this information clearer. But, okay. I don't know. I just... yeah. It's already hard enough to track people working in games, and I would love to see more individuals, like, contributions acknowledged. You know, I'm done with this mentality that a studio is this magical amorphous blob that just, you know, chucks out a game every 4 years. It's not. It's a team of people. And...
be actually able to re-up tomorrow, Efton Prime PS.
Well, Ochitsi, thank you kindly. And how are you doing? Come on in, come on in. I'm talking about video game crediting. God. 53 months. Bleed Nora. Time travel's real. Beans, I had a really good point and it fell out my noggin. I am so sorry, friends. I am so sorry. Viral says, can't wait to do my game's credits that way. I mean, it's your game, you've earned it. Sorry, I realised I was getting a bit kind of... meow. And hey, do not apologise for derailing my train of thought. Like, right now, I'm very floaty. Like, yesterday was an incredible day, and I'm still proud of that one. But also, I'm juggling a lot of things at the moment, so... Here's the thing. If it was just me talking to myself, I'd still manage to derail the conversation, you know what I mean? Like, I think we were talking about Twitch at one point. That's dropped out the window. And bizarro JRPGs. And yeah, Grayson, you're right. Acknowledging people in different roles is fine, because that way they can demonstrate that, no, I did all this shit. All I was going to add is... Caffeine, what's and welcome. I am fucking done with pretending that the name on a studio is what produces the game. Like, oh, this is a Blizzard game. Well, yes, there was a time when that meant something. But it wasn't like it magically changed. It wasn't like, you know, they were pumping out pastries and then swapped out the butter for margarine and now it all sucks. I'm trying to think of an example, and that was the first one that came into mind. I'm gonna blame Reloop. But the reason why that studios' output changes is the people change. Some people leave. Some people get pigeonholed into roles that they didn't want to be doing, and sometimes people just lose that spark. But it's not that a studio just suddenly magically morphed. It's that they didn't handle their people. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna have to hear about this a lot when New Dragon Age drops. Now, I don't know if New Dragon Age is gonna be good or bad. I really do think that it is something that has been put together initially outside of the wishes of EA. Do you know what I mean? So... I guess we'll see how it comes out. But regardless, people are going to be talking a lot about how it's not like the old ones. It's not like old BioWare. And it's like, my homies, Dragon Age Inquisition came out on the 360 several generations ago. We know that team got ground into a fine powder to make Mass Effect Andromeda. If you got shat on by EA that hard with something like Mass Effect Andromeda, you're not going to stick around. You're going to get a job where people appreciate what you do. Or you're going to go make your own game and say, get fucked, EA. But as those people leave, as that dynamic of that interconnected team spreads out and goes elsewhere, well then what are you left with? Right? It's not... An IP does not a video game make. People make games. Anyway, I'm just telling you shit you already know. Man, I am the spicy hot takes today. Here's obvious things said loudly and with enthusiasm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they got destroyed making Anthem, they got destroyed making Andromeda. Right. If Dragon Age comes out and it is an absolute banger, I will be super happy. I really will. Because that means that they managed to survive all of EA's fuckery. And Ozine, you are right. Like, we're a pretty close-knit group. And we talk about things in pretty decent detail. And I often forget how bad it can be out there in the rest of the internet. Because I don't think I've plugged Aftermath anytime recently. So Aftermath is an independent game site put together by some of the best journos in the business after, you know, all the big outlets closed their gaming setups. But one thing that hit me was just how because they're in the games media sphere, not the games industry sphere, they're almost obliged to comment on the current discourse, that being everything around Assassin's Creed. And I'm like, where? PVS, have fun. As an aside to an aside, I was just checking on titles today, and how many reviews was Lethal Company at? Some ungodly number. Lethal Company is at 350,000 positive reviews on Steam. And at $10 a pop in early access. Holy shit. Just wanted to point out somebody who was just making fun little indie games for a few years and then hit upon a banger. But yeah, Jawami, hydrate or die straight. You get it. But anyway, sorry, it was just what Orzine was saying about saying the obvious thing. It is amazing what is obvious to us is unfortunately new info in other spheres. And I am so glad that we have not had to spend 2 days dealing with manufactured outrage and nothing burgers about like current games topics. And the Assassin's Creed thing sums it up perfectly. However, it is worth noting from a real business standpoint. So Ubisoft stock hit the last time the stock was this low was 11 years ago. So the announced delay of Assassin's Creed has definitely had a real knock-on effect. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there. If it was any other company, I'd be like, but they have managed to fight back against larger entities before. However, also, the French labour unions are saying that they should be striking because of the enforced return to work policy. Yeah. Well, and Bismarck, see, that whole crowd... Here's the thing. You know this, I know this. That whole sphere of YouTube and Twitter and whatnot, they're not genuine. Like, they're not engaging in what they think is a good faith discussion about representation in games. They're just getting mad about things because that's how they make money, right? You know, that's how you get more peoples, that's how you get more clicks, and that's how you get more cash. But the problem, and it is a grift, yes. But the reason why I feel for people like Nathan and Aftermath and stuff like that is that while they are separate from it, they still have to engage with it to a certain extent. We don't, right? Like, if you have a game project and you're starting to get fire, get yourself a community manager. And then never think about it again. You know, ultimately, these groups don't really control what games do and don't succeed. You know, honestly, I think one of the reasons why they ended up targeting, what was it, Sweet Baby Inc. so much was that they weren't a game developer, they were a consultant, and kind of a soft target, not the kind of group that's used to having public perception. But
sit.
Go away, baby boy.
Wait. River.
Ah, Phyllis, I'm so sorry, friend. But this is the...
Wait.
Again, we're kind of privileged in this regard, but it's where I do start to worry. It's like, how much of that bad faith discussion is starting to take root? I don't know. So, Phyllis, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I don't know. It's one of those... This is one of those topics where I realised that I'm basically like a quad shot of privilege, right? I have worked and work with video games. I have default character privilege, i.e., you know, I'm pasty as shit and I look straight, so I get to get away with a lot of nonsense. And I don't have to engage with the gaming sphere or the manufactured outrage sphere. And, you know, the fourth bit is, again, I talk to you lot. Half of you are games industry, half of you know enough about games to empathically, like, convey opinions or ideas in that space. And some of you are just chaos merchants. But chaos merchants in the good way, not in the bad way. So, I don't know. I don't have a point to end this topic on, just that I acknowledge how lucky I am. I acknowledge that the Longship has been this wonderful, wibbly-wobbly little ball. Yeah, Chaos Goblins, but Chaos Goblins that know. I don't know. I don't know if there's an equivocant. Dwarves on pixie sticks, I don't know. Where's the Chaos merch shop? Hey, Ben did say that they'd do us some t-shirt designs. I just gotta find a place to host it, you know? I would have gone back to the old print and ship that we had, but they don't do zip-up hoodies because they're lunatics, apparently. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to bring it on to heavier topics. It was just more... From listening to Nathan talk about the whole Assassin's Creed stuff just reminded me of how insane some of that shit is and how wonderful it is to be away from it. You know? Jamami, welcome back. So, balancing out the well, I wouldn't say the chaotic, but so one of the reasons why I honestly do not think that these individuals command the amount of influence that it appears that they do is a little bit based on kind of like how social media is so skewed now. It's very hard to get a real sense of the influence of an individual or a video. You know, sometimes it's easy to do the shamanistic, but other times, like, you see someone with a huge following being angry about stuff all the time, and then you see whole swaths of the industry just thriving, completely out of their purview. So, again, it's interesting. Now, I said I was going to balance this out, and I'm going to. Biakuaz, how many of you have played Stacklands? Give me like a little emoji show of hands, if you will. And Baron Watton, welcome. Not yet. Okay, hey, Grayson, then you're going to love what I have for you. Jammy Booger, 3 days? Jammy Booger. Okay. So, if you haven't played Stacklands, it's basically Cultist Simulator without the shitey individual. However, what if you took something similar to Stacklands and made it even cuter, with slightly more user interaction? This is the, unfortunately titled, but very good, Cookard. You play a cutie patootie, I guess, cat serving hamsters pastries and breakfast treats, and it is so cute, it is so adorable, but it is such a well thought out, like, real-time stacking card game. Like, the amount of, like, management that you end up doing in a non-overwhelming sense is glorious. And it's very, very similar to Stacklands, whereas Stacklands is about keeping your village of humans alive. This is about making some sweet pastry bread for some cute hamsters that come into your bakery. And, oh, would you look at that? It costs no dollars. So, like, obviously the no dollars factor is playing a large proportion to this, but this is a cute game that is absolutely not made for the edgelord crowd. It is absolutely not even in their wheel well, and here it is, fucking thriving. Love it. Love it. Okay, last blip on the shitey topic. Just that the other thing I've noticed is since Steam added the ability to give people awards, I do think the Steam forums have gotten even worse. Because obviously I was very excited for the Forever Winter, and it is a polarizing game. And because the problems I've been having are technical, not creative, you know, I've delved into the Steam forums to see how it is, and what's fascinating about it is that there's very little, if any, actual discussion happening on the Steam forums. It is either people trolling or people trolling in response, and there's no back and forth. Why is this? Well, because Steam added the concept of awards, right? That you can basically give people Steam points, not cash, but points. So, because of the very nature of a public forum, it is quicker to get awards by being a trolly shite than it is by, you know, engaging in a back and forth conversation that might actually help people, you know? So basically, like, 3 of the biggest platforms for video games discussion, and they've basically created an incentivization system where being a disingenuous little turd is far more number go up than being genuine and thoughtful and talking things through. I know that's nothing new, but the interesting thing about Reddit's like upvote, downvote is that you can get a general vibe of a group. That doesn't necessarily mean the vibe is good, but it means that you can start to understand how a community is operating. But you cannot do that with YouTube, you cannot do that with Steam, and you can't do it with fucking Twitter. Because Twitter is a nightmare. I cannot wait for that to die. Although, can I share a really cursed concept with you all? Oh, jumping back, so Aim was saying, it's fascinating how these positive feedback systems work to keep themselves afloat. Yes! I don't think it's something that's necessarily crafted cleverly in a lab, but it has definitely become incentivized. And, ooh, okay, Nexus, I like the term clown bait, because the most common award you'll see doing the rounds on Steam is the little clown icon. Okay. Okay, Lizzie, so cursed term. Well, not cursed term, cursed concept. I had the realization last night, and it hurt me. So I'm going to share it with you all, and I'm sorry. God-awful pre-PS1 3D rendered block, the Cybertruck, will be a collector's item in 20-30 years. Whatever happens to old Muskrat, to old, you know, the world's most divorced dad, is going to be a fucking debacle. It's going to be a massive disaster, right? And that is going to probably destroy a lot of, you know, it is going to leave a story behind on a fucking ugly vehicle. And that is going to end up fueling a bunch of bizarro collectors in 20-30 years' time. I apologize for sharing this with you. I realized it last night, and there wasn't enough alcohol in the house for me to drink that thought out of my noggin. I am so sorry. Yeah, Moose, there'll only be 5 left because the battery fires. Yeah, that's where the exclusivity comes from. This is apropos of nothing, but apparently someone in the Greater Seattle region bought a Cybertruck. And it broke down on the side of the road, so they just left it, and it has become a tourist attraction. Yeah, it's gonna be like if the Morris Minor was made by like a cracked out, insane squillionaire, right? You know, we're not talking about a fugly car that was designed for a purpose. This is a fugly car that was designed. It's literally, what do they call it in Simpsons? The Homer. And Holy Bus Crusader, what on welcome. Hello, hello. Anyway, I know I don't usually talk about, like, you know, real life news nonsense, but it's just, it makes me laugh. And whoa, so yeah, Eon, Back to the Future and the DeLorean is definitely something. It would take a massive, massive artistic undertaking for it to happen, and it probably will. Oh, I got chicken! Thank you! I wasn't expecting chicken. Now I have chicken. Leroy Jenkins style. And sorry, what got me thinking about this was, so I spoke to my family back home last night, and after a quick little rummage through my old storage stuff, we found my old tapes. They have been found. Now, why does this matter to you? Back when I was a youngling, we're talking like, God, 16, 17. Yeah, because maybe a little bit of 18. Because I got chucked out of home 18, 19? Anyway, I used to borrow my stepdad's camera and film like house parties and shit. You know, college life and whatnot. There are a bunch of like early 2000s video footage of me that I have not been able to review in a very long time, that I will be acquiring. Now, it also contains a whole bunch of stuff about you know, other peeps that I went to school and college with who now have like families and twins. So I'm looking forward to embarrassing the shit out of them as well. But whilst we were going through it, I was looking at some of the games that I still have in storage, and I'm like, yeah, there is a sealed copy of Super Star Wars on the SNES, and I'm just going to leave it in a box. Because that's going to be that's going to be my fucking retirement fund. There's a few other games in there that, even like since I left Seattle, are now very expensive physical. So between that and Too Human, it got me thinking about like how something doesn't necessarily have to be good to be a collector's item. And then I got thinking about the PS Vita, which, by the way, the PS Vita is now worth fuckloads in the second-hand market. And yes, Eon, that's the sad Seattle Cybertruck. And Angel Colina, what on welcome, coming in. We have Stories of Whimsy. We have a game of of Music Rebellion. And I got chicken. Yeah, Air Dragon. And like, I'm just gonna leave that in storage. I actually keep thinking about one of the guys I worked with back at Game Station, who used to hoard stuff. And like, if he's kept all of those collector's editions, if he's kept all of that stuff, that's gonna be some good money. And the reason that makes me laugh is... Oh, Study Kiwi. What? Oh, and welcome. Is that when GameStation switched over to being part of just purely Game Group... Because, okay, Game Group runs the store Game in the UK. They've managed to stay afloat by moving into, like, second-hand mobile phones and stuff, but originally they were the UK's equivalent of GameStop. GameStation was one of 2 trade-in chain stores. You had GameStation, you had CEX. Though CEX is a franchise, GameStation was a chain. And they predominantly focused on older, second-hand retro titles, collectibles, etc. CEX is kind of famous now because they were the first group to work out how much money they could charge for like second-hand retro. But that's another story. GameStation was the one I worked at for a spell. It was really good. I liked it. But they got bought by Game Group. And like with all acquisitions, at first they were like, don't worry, we're not going to change anything. We're going to leave it all the same way. They would go on to change everything. And here was the thing. When the new till system came in from GameStation had no way to price and sell old titles. Like, they were all getting written off for a penny. So one of my favourite moments of being a hoarder of retro games in the outer London regions was basically being invited to an after-hours auction. Now, it wasn't like we went into a fancy hotel, black tie, but it was an underground auction where we went into the stock room and we all got given fucking tinnies and bid on different like rare video games. The lot I won was a fuckload of Street Fighter games. And there was a few others that I got from that. But like, these things were basically gonna be thrown away. They're being written off for a penny and then they were gonna send to the dump. Now, you couldn't touch those titles for like less than hundreds. But the thing is, not all of those games are good, but they are collector's items. And this, check it out, this is a callback. This leads us right the way back around to fucking Linda. Not literally, but this game that I have just found out about called Linda Cubed, or Linda Cube. And I am fascinated by it. Like, it was a game that sold really poorly. It was completely bizarre. And it was supposed to be like a high point, very, very grown up, like JRPG style title with bizarre and frankly threatening auras. But it came out at a point where, in Japan they were still reeling from some really bad things that had happened in the public purview. So the game ended up having to pull all of its marketing and then just ate shit. Now, as a game, it feels like even Damien would look at it and go, that's a bit much, mate. So it's kind of sat in obscurity. And it was only... Okay, the PlayStation version, because originally it came out on the PC Engine, then the PlayStation, and then the Saturn. The PlayStation version only got a fan translation this year, And this is a game that came out, the PlayStation version came out in '97. Air Dragon, love it. Love it. Air Dragon, I'll do you one better. Have someone craft an incredibly complicated geocaching ARG, and the final bit is your grave, or just your skeletal hand holding it. Yeah. I need to do some more research into this game. It has some themes and some mechanics in it that are really distressing. So, like, if you look it up, it's... There's a certain part of it that is definitely going for, like, an edgy edgelord. But there is nothing else like it. The TLDR of Linda Cubed is... It is kind of like a Magitech sci-fi anime world where suddenly, out of nowhere, a gigantic arc and a huge tome from God drops down and says, right, get 2 of every animal. You have until this day. And so it's a game about cycles and trying to find like a, you know, male and female of each species of animal to try and fill the arc and then bug out. But again, it's like Magitech, and instead of party members, you predominantly have dogs. But the hook is, if you get knocked out, you lose a day, and you only have so many months to complete your challenge. So you have to level and catch animals, and also try and make it back to the arc without getting knocked out. Like, it kind of... It feels like a very, very aggressive proto-Persona. You know, another game where, like, it's all about cycles and balance, right? Oh, Air Dragon, I like it. Kind of like a throne of swords, but it's great retro games. That could be pretty cool. Obviously, you wouldn't be physically sitting on it. It would just be like a perspex chair, and your horde is underneath like a dragon. Sorry, I know I'm jumping between like 3 different topics, but I still remember people being like, "Why are you collecting all these retro games?" Because I want to, you know. My mate has accumulated a collection of every SNES game so far. And, like, one day, like, dude will be able to open a ranch for those games, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, please forgive me for stuffing my face. I did eat today, but I didn't realise how hungry I was. Apparently a glass full of butter doesn't really fill you up. So we do have a game today, and we are going to be playing Keylocker. Now, I'm going to give this my honest go as part of the Serenity Forge Creators Program, of which I am. I did get sent a copy of this. But honestly, not just because Virals did the music rhythm game for this, but because it looks fucking cool. You know, it's a little bit rhythm game, it's a little bit like tactics turn RPG. It's dripping with style. And right. It's been out since the 18th, so it's been out for nearly a week, right? And one thing that's kind of sad is, you know, we were talking about, like, reviews are the only real way we've got to measure, I wouldn't say success, but to measure how well a title is doing. This currently only has 74 positive reviews on Steam, which means it's not found its people yet. They're all very positive. So yeah. This afternoon I want to show you as much of Keylocker as I can. And I want to, I don't know, give you all a good reason to share at least the Steam page with peeps you know. Like, I keep thinking about these days and how having a plan for essentially like a second launch or a second push might need to start being like required. And virals, we'll see how I'm doing. Obviously, I'd love to talk to you about it. I don't know how much of my brain power this is going to demand. And I'm also I'm still stuffing my face. I got chicken. That's why I didn't want to formally invite you onto the show, because, you know, I ended up starting late because I was trying to wrangle so many things today. Real life happens too much. Hey! How's that for a spot of timing? Restless Roots, how are you doing? Watto and welcome! How was your stream? Tell me your tales! It gives me a chance to stuff my face and all. Oh, and virals, again, as I'm sure you saw, I definitely went hard with Elden Ring yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm a little bit exhausted from just all of that. God, it was good. Versus Roots. Good to hear, friend. Good to hear. Alright. Tell you what, let's see if they've got a good trailer I can show you while I'm stuffing my face. Just give you like a little pre-prep on what we've got planned for today. So this is what we're going to be jumping into. I'm sure none of you can understand why I would be possibly interested in playing this. Hang on. Don't fight me. So I don't think it has time-based combat initially, but it does have timing-based attacks, so far as I understand. And then you have the music segments, which is more like a classic rhythm game. But at this point, like, we're all learning at the same time. And we got one more trailer in all. These assets are swish as, like... It is Res's Roots, it's real pretty. Let's go be a real pretty game. Oh, chicken. Okay, I have stuffed my face. Thank you all for being patient with me. Okay, so it seems it's less a case of like timed attacks, more like different characters have different rhythm games to initiate their attacks. I have been told certain parts of this are very difficult, so I will be turning down any settings that I can, because... Wait, why were there bouncy alpacas on the train? This video left me with more questions than answers, friends. Alright. Alright. The only way we're going to get this answered is by diving into it. So, let's fucking go! Bear with me just a second. Just getting everything set up. Sorry, bear with me a second. Alright. Just put it on easy. Alright, virals. I will. Pow! Also, I don't know how to spell rhythm. Alright. Sonic, Hubshaw! Keylocker, you're on deck. Video games, begin to play! Oh. And again, so friends, I know I kind of like leapt around a few topics earlier on. If there's anything you want to go back to chatting about, just bring it on up. My pre-chicken brain was definitely a lot more. Ooh. And also, look at tiny elephant. Okay, I do. There we go. I must say, I do appreciate the splash screams not blowing my eardrums out. Battle difficulty, soft punk. Auto advanced text, yes please. Oh, that's pretty cool. Let's see if there's anything that fits us. Orange! Oh, that's pretty good. That's better. There we go. My little cyberpunk. Ah, no, we've got to keep it on the traditional. Sorry, I don't make the rules. There we go. I mean, oh no, that's gonna... that's gonna fuck with me eyes! I think that was the opening gambit, right? Oh, have I fucked it up for everybody? There we go, that looks good. Why did I mess with this? Why did I fuck around with this? I think this was it. Ah, it looks right. Let's go for it. Baron, yeah, Cornetto. And Jeffrey, that is an interesting point. Like, for a game like this, the color palette will have such a huge impact on our experience. Having something where you can just choose it at any point that's a brave decision. Which means they have a lot of confidence in their like visual design. Anyway, without further ado, we've been talking about playing this for so long, and we are finally jumping into Keylocker. So, come with me now on a journey through time and space. I'll do my best to read it all, and we'll see where this journey takes us. Developed by Munana. No one knows how cool we are. You like cyberpunk shades for this. Hey, Barnos! That's the guy! We know that guy! My hair wasn't a mess. This is the point where I can stop doing the fucking helicopter. Welcome to a brand new day, criminals! Today I bring you the future! Your new transparent handcuffs are controlled by the key-based network technology. And this upgrade is brought to you by the glorious satellites of Saturn. Why remind yourselves that you're imprisoned when you're already paying for your crimes? Live the illusion. Live the future. Now. Hang on. Upgrade the transparent handcuffs. Visit your mental health and security officer while on lunch break. Limited stock and limited discounts for the early birds. Got taste of freedom by becoming free of choice. Criminals! No military-approved outlet should be allowed to put up an ad to sell more handcuffs in a prison cell. Alright. Dealerman! Bobo, you there? Don't really have time to verify, just say. Okay, I'm here. What's up? How do you get access to this messenger? Oh, to my messenger. Where? We have much to do in very little time. Apparently, I'm a dealer from Yorkshire. I got 3 voices, and that's it. I'm hacking some doors open for you, but you need to get out of there fast. Wait, there's guards. They will beat me up.
Adverts for handcuffs in a prison. It's very definitely late-stage capitalism in this here game.
This capitalism's so late, it's damn near necrotic. Numbers, thank you. Numbers? Damn! It all comes down to numbers! Bacon, thank you for the bits, friends. Viral said, I would like to point out, I put Dealerman up as a placeholder 3 years ago, and now he's just Dealerman. Oh, God! An explosion! There's been a breach! Security breach! Prisoners are suspected as the cause of this evil! They must be exterminated! Exterminated! Deleted! Spin to win! Fuck them up, my brother! Oh, so that's what you meant. Correct. Alright, what now? Looks like I'm stuck in this place. I can assign weapons to your key-based network data file. Data file. Bleh. Alright. Thanks, bro. Jesus! I'll tweak the audio in just a second! Alright. Offensive. Defensive. While shredding is awesome, I'm taking the axe. This will shock you. Oh wait, there's more. We had a hacksaw. And the samurai. Ex-member of an outdated military caste. Committed to setting up counterattacks, avoiding damage, and taking the lead. It's fine, Air Dragon, these are legit jams. Also, notice how it's the same tune, but it changes depending on the class. No, Air Dragon, I think shouting is fine. It's very loud in here. It's either Juggernaut or Samurai. Sorry, Virals, I can't hear you. What was that? You gotta speak up. What? Go full what? Time to go full what? I can't hear you. It's really loud. Oh, full weeb. Okay, now I can hear you. Let's fucking go! Oh! How's that for Edgelord Protag? Fucking Wii! Oh, press the X or Y buttons. Oh, that's rad. I can stab and umbrella. Yeah. We're bringing the blade, but we are already the edge. decision will lead to alternate story paths. Choose a path. Yes. Not my recommended method of travel, but I have to find a green lift to get out of here. Okay. Homie, I need to get to the I need to get to the menu. Alright, don't forget to take a look at the big red pillars. They'll show you what rules to break in prison. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. Status, skill tree. Our first skill is Edgeworth. Hardware. Okay, so we get an instrument to equip and a weapon to equip. That's interesting. You wouldn't download a sword! Feel free to keep saving in the same slot. I won't eat the old ones, says Save Dinosaur. Save Dinosaur, load Start Dinosaur. Oh, and here are our acquaintances. We know the dealer, and Icy is not our friend. Rules of conduct. Your freedom is artificial. The Telesco Jail Corp. All prisoners have free access to the key-based network data. However, the data access cannot infringe upon the prisoner's rules. Why to access the menu is advised, however. Make sure you stay away from illegal addresses. Be grateful for the civilians' rights allowed. Milkshake, my favorite! When the cops beat me up, I can use this to heal myself. It's more for healing like emotional damage, for sure. Prison computer requires a password. The password is not milkshake. Can I just input milkshake? Alright, we got some video games and stuff going on. Alright. Oh god, XO, I'm sorry you're going through the nonsense. And joking aside, numbers, I've seen this thing which is a it is a conveyor belt 3D printer where you can print like huge props as just one piece. Print it all in one piece. The inactive computer shows the satellite Tethys in a pool of the Eternal Dome. This is her new Shades campaign.
Ah, the almighty algorithm is always right. No prisoner here is unjustly. All crimes must be punished by law and discipline.
Why am I not a voice actor for more projects? This is just a travesty. Another ad now incentivizes jailers to buy upgrades for their miniguns. Systems automatically upgraded on purchase. Info disc. Timed hits. Tap A at the right time for us. Okay. Athleticism is the bane of a healthy mind. Jumping with B in common areas is not allowed. Physical exertion should only be done under supervision of a local cleric. Do not cause a ruckus, prisoners. Jumping around! Why was I given this power? This is a code 4. We have a Nessa in progress. Wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo Woo! Use your words! Oh, legend. I'm so sorry about that, but I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. And yeah, to be continued. You off to Vodland. Freeze! Okay. Shock rock.
I can do this! I was the best in the church academy!
It's illegal to block my attack by pressing the A button when I flash white. That was late. Okay. So I picked a character that specifically requires me to have really good timing. I see no way this ends badly. Ow. Don't think I was supposed to walk into that. Infodisc. Defend. Well, I know that. I was very bad at it. Means I actually have to pay attention in fights. No running out here on my watch! Gradual riot. I am beyond your reach, prisoner. I dare you to move closer. You roasted in no time. I was waiting out. Oh, fuck me. Balls. Okay. Not bad, not bad. I think I'm just gonna hit him with a guitar. Okay, I can learn how to do this. He exploded! I win! And Judica, what of welcome. Ah, you know what? I am still kind of floating. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it was very funny. What was it? What was it I got sent? Hashtag, let me solo her, but give me 540 tries first. That's my light novel title. Quite like that. Greenlit door, this must be it. Let's go. Whee! Senpai-sama. Bobo-chan, you are also imprisoned. How dare they lock away the angel of music? No, I will not attempt to do voices that fit the characters. That nickname's gotta go. Right now. Except Bobo-chan, but the angel of music is too much. What are you doing here, sitting around like this? Talking taking a bath in this polluted water. I'm well protected under my umbrella. I'm gonna end up doing this game of damage, aren't I? No, Baba-chan, don't go. I'm calculating what to do next. Don't you see? This is a maximum security prison, and we have to be cautious. Well, I'm out. I'm gonna find a solution with my own hands, and I'm gonna use my head. Actually, do you know this power is prisoned by electricity? Of course it is! All prisons are. The Shogun told me. Shogun? You are hallucinating, aren't you? You don't seem like someone I should trust inside a prison. You were literally sitting here like the world isn't in shambles. Who's back? Hey, baby boy. Baba-chan! You must believe me! The great Shogun, Subaru. Was one of the shoguns taking care of the satellites. When the samurais were organized back then. Seriously, make this fast! Shogun told me that the prisoners are powered and protected by electricity. All of them. The base structure, everything. It's all electricity powered. Cool, I will take your word for it. It's so hard to say without the history lecture. Okay, might be able to get us out of here if you're not lying. You better not lie to me. And don't follow me, we are better on our own. I can take perfect care of myself. I've been in this spot for 30 whole minutes and I never got caught. You have to start moving. Okie dokie. There we go. Oh! The grinding gears are just getting a bit much. Alright. Let's destroy some booty. Again, I could have phrased that a little better. Okay, capture immediately. Preventive measures to protect against clerics' punishment is authorized. Avoid counter-attacking the clerics with charged life defenses. Okay, so that would have been something that would attract the prisoners. Okay. Whew. Man. I need to get myself some water or something in a second. It's almost as if eating a whole bowl of chicken and rice is going to make me sleepy, baby. Which is a bad thing. There we go. So we've got an electric attack that deals damage, okie dokie. Bag made to trash metal parts on unused chains. A wet skull. The carcass of a victim of the electrifying murder. Alright, apparently if we can play some sweet jams at this, we can get the fuck out of here. Sweet jams. Let's fucking go. Alright. Beans. I was going to go back and check on what's her face before we progress. I will learn how to counter like a cool person. Actually, let's... I was gonna say, let's try doing electric damage and see what that actually does to him. Okay, so that just comes first, alright. Early. Oh, he was coughing the pink stuff. Fuck. Fucking guitar! I am so off timing. Oh, and Jamami, that's heckin' cool of you. I have a feeling that this is going to be one of those games that we spend an evening with. I don't think I'll be doing a full playthrough on stream, you know what I mean? Delicious. So, you'll have to tell me how you find it, because you'll be able to get way further than me. Oh, she is. It was a tarp. Alright. Double kill. Perfect! I really have to pay attention to this. God darn it, why won't you die? You saying I can dodge bullets? Guitar! Oh! That guy's completely exploded. So whoever was comparing it to Megaman Battle Network earlier, I think you might be onto something. Or this is similar to things like, you know, The Fortress, where we're being held in something like that. Megalyn, you get it. When you're ready. You might have to. A very much wanted umbrella in this never-ending raid, usually seen being used by one of the samurai. That's us! We're samurai! Alright, misappropriating clergy electricity is one of the highest crimes. Stealing it from the clerics with electric attacks is forbidden. Abusing your position to increase EP, while stolen, will only increase your fines. And death penalty for everybody who kicks the crap out of a cleric. Ah. Ow. Double ow. Oh yeah, so this is 100%. Oh. Rhythm timing based. This might make conversations a little challenging, because it's really hard to do rhythm games and be a conversationalist, dear friends. Fuck. Biff that one and all. Fuck. Dodging bullets. I'm making it happen. But I didn't get that Smash Bros. Yeet them out into space finale. Okay. Remember, don't die! Sugar in a glass. Here we go. So Study Kiwi, this is Keylocker, and we only really just kind of started. Bo-chan, come help me with haste! These ruffians are trying to block my swift and righteous escape! Let's break these clerics and bring justice back to the prison! Prisoners must pay for... Prisoners must pay... Oh! I am a clerocopter and I've forgotten how to speak English! Prisoners must pay the price for their heinous crimes! That is true justice! What have you done?
What the fuck was that? How come he got to counter my counter?
That's right, bullshit! There we go! Shot him off into the nonsense. And Dustin, welcome back, friend. How are you doing? I feel like you started to say stuff, and then I got distracted, and then everything was happening. And now we're doing yeet battles with bad Robo Keyblade nonsense. Thank you very much! What a splendid showcase of power and friendship! Take with you a humble token of my gratitude. I have polished this scimitar 1,000 times in preparation for our encounter. Equip now? Sure. Okay. Oh, he had a shield up. Alright. Cheeky bugger. Wait a second. He countered my counter. The unbelievable cheek of it. I'm so sorry, friends. Bear with me a second. Haha. Welcome to a life station. In the life station, we only care about what's worth it. Your life. Relax, shoulders. And this is going to feel a slight pop. Crunch! Oh, I'm so sorry. What is going on? Yeah, but Virals, it's fine when I do it. It's only bullshit and chips when somebody else does it. Weirdly, I seem to have the pistol dodge down. No magic for you. Can't cast spells if you got no magic. Oh! I was too busy congratulating myself there. I may be out of spells, but I'm not out of shells. Somebody actually statted up the Warglock and Artificer Warlock combo. Gotta admit, kind of impressed. Oh, you're doing fine. Alright. Another electrical conduit, so we'll bust out some tunes! Wow. Okay. Just kind of want to get out of this, watery section. Drink in. I know how to drink. Oh, beans. That guy looks like he fucks up. Do you know what my heart craves? It's more rice. Romantic soap operas. Sure. Good on you, buddy. I was enjoying a new episode of my favorite soap opera on Saturn TV when you guys started to play. On top of that, some higher up called us from work. This sucks. This sucks big time. A horrible weekend. And just tell me, what happened to today's episode of What Is Wrong with Director Kim? Okay, so he's got a big old shield. So I'm thinking... beans. So that counter hurt in every which way. And now I'm in severe pain. I was kind of curious if he was going to counter my counter. Okay, so that's his counter. Alright. Oh, he counted the wrong way, like a dickhead! Where were you looking, buddy? You're not paying attention anymore. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. And Fred, what and welcome. And Fred, I accidentally kept saying Keylocker yesterday instead of Keylocker. Oh shit, we got cake! Fuck yeah. It's a win across the board. I just want to get out of this chain area. There are way too many people here. It's like a death roll. Alright, time. Time to run away. Death row is locked. Okay, so what are you doing here? What's the line for? Bobo-chan! The patients are rewarded! Wait with the calm. I get it! I am waiting! What are we waiting for? If you venture ahead, they will sentence you for your crimes, but worry not! Since I did not commit any crimes at all, I was just exercising justice, I'm sure I'll be safe and well. Oh, kid, you're going in the big blender. No need to worry at all. I guess what? At all! I will say the writing is exceptional. This is my first time I'll see a satellite with my own synthetic eyes. 15 Saturnarian minutes later! Next prisoner, step up. Okay, so I just want to point out, we are 2 hours and 6 minutes into this evening's stream. Yesterday we spent, what was the stream about, like 7-8 hours? We are once again being presented with yet another redhead who can kick my ass. Video games, are you okay? As a medium, do you need to talk about something? Do you need a cold shower? So we have the Sunken Siren and Cyberginge. What is this sandfly doing in my prison, Telesto? This one is... Yes! She's been charged for playing... music! Bum bum ba! You who just sung that theme song! Million years jail for that also expression of music! Yeah, swings both ways. Playing music, huh? How is she even doing this music you speak of? In our perfectly silent society, we have no music. We've had no music crimes in a long time, except for again that guy with his theme song. What the hell? Even if she had the instruments, shouldn't be able to produce resonant sonority. Fancy big word for music noise-like. Not without the technique. Do you have any footage from the sector where this crime was perpetrated? The urge to just play the Jack Black kid saxophone? My liege, we do have footage of the criminal's intent, and here we see them playing the saxophone in public. The unidentified suspect rigged the cameras in the arena before the live show. You are quite incompetent, aren't you? I only just started! I'm doing my best! I haven't game over or anything! Remind me again why I've hired your services? Because I won't question your orders like those simple-minded fools that came before me. Fair enough. You're not as ignorant as you may seem. Alright, so what are we going to do? Sandfly infestation. Exterminate the plague that's spreading this music around. I miss Almighty Madam Satellite. I'm guilty, but I can explain. And that's what the judicial system is all about. Hearing fair, thought-out discussions. No need for an extermination. Okay. Firstly, Frederick, Mothra, Winifred, I totally remember your surname. How fucking dare you? Hot Rod is a jumped-up child who got dumb lucky with Rodimus. Fan of Hot Rod. Flame is my Transformer, alright? And because I drunkenly ticked remember this search on eBay, I now get emails You know that thing costs like to get it in decent nick. That thing costs like $300 to $400. It's insane. Shush, child! No need to instill fear in one that is fated to die. So now I can appreciate your eagerness to help, prisoner. However, we already have all the information we needed from you. And unfortunately, your crime is too great. We cannot keep your carcass and key-based code in our society. We need to make an example out of you. It's a game about the rise of ringtones. You will understand with time that we have the best intentions for Saturn's future. What was that? What was this noise? Well, madam, it looked like it worked. For a second there, I thought she was going to start belting out "We Will Rock You." Okay, so prisoner base has broken and fallen. All the prisoners are down to earth with it. Run for it! 141 years ago, the satellite government banned music. Without it, the people couldn't freely generate electricity. Okay. So this is definitely... If this isn't allegorical, which might be a word I just made up, which I'm starting to feel like it might be, it does feel like we are part of some system. We live in a system. Or at very least, this is like a... like Magitech cyberpunk nurse. So the government banned music so people couldn't make, basically, mana, electricity. Then they took over production. God damn it, Fred. Fred says, you came from the net, through peoples, places, and cities, to this place. Mainframe. Allegorical is a word. Damn it! I thought I'd come up with a good new one. And not a horrifying one. Like Free LC. All one word. All these corporations following under the rule of one satellite CEO. Tethys the Sunken Siren, the overseer of the scrapyard zone. The satellite held with her a ring that was to be protected at all costs. Nobody knew what the mysterious ring was or what it did. But with such rings, the satellite held absolute power over the people, and those in the lower zones had it worst. We have been falling for a very long time. People like me. Powerless, shackled to the system. To sand fleas like us, the lowest of the low, the only way is up. But, I mean, right now, I think we are proving there is another direction you can be heading. Okay, so to have a shot, we'd have to reach the satellite and knock them out of orbit. A goal that an even wilder plan. A plan that could only be hang on just a second, friends. Oh, okay, Saturn has a very big atmosphere. There we go. So I'm just going to quickly top up my glass, just while we're falling, you know. I should not have guzzled so much chicken. Now I'm really fucking sleepy. Okay, are we still falling? I have been falling for 30 minutes! Oof. Hello, superhero landing. Oh, wait. I am alive somehow. And, could this be? We just landed on a jukebox? Fuck yeah! one jukebox remains. Walking, talking, living. Archive. The world's greatest music. One hero, katana in hand, will repeatedly play The Boys Are Back in Town for several months. And Durry, what's her problem? You know, it is belting out tunes. Jukebox Claptrap Remix. Kukazi, yep. I see.
Stanley decided he wanted and is somewhat disappointed. He hoped that this jukebox would be a new friend.
Very good. Thank you, and thank you.
Boss! Some girl just fell from the sky and music started playing where she landed! Hey, what? Music? We need to make this stop! The sound will alarm the cops!
Excuse me. We are the White Collars. Doppelgangsters specialized in tax evasion. This game is a treasure. Tax evasion is our pride. And you're going to leave this vicinity immediately if you don't want to be defeated in a brawl of violence and quits. Where? I can't hear you through the sound of you lending me that bike of yours. I got places to go.
You want to borrow my bike? Are you crazy?
I have some percentage of madness, I won't deny it. Which is why you don't want to test me. The boys are back in town. I've been to prison! Which you should know that I'm a fugitive! Wiggling like you? Yeah, right. Come, Antoinette, let's kick her out of our comfort zone. And protect the tax haven. Fucking hell.
And show her the power of the white collars!
Alright, let's do this. Fucking hell. Alright. Guitar it is. Okay. Big sword! So confused. Right. So I couldn't see when we were supposed to be doing counters there. Okay, stop it. Call it a draw. Oh, I have to press the direction of the arrow. I thought they were the ones that had to do the... Oh, okay. And caffeine, I completely understand. I wonder if this is just one of those games better experienced, like... I mean, you've got to be in the right space for it. It's not as abrasive as, what is it, the Fortress of Solitude, or whatever it was called. You know, the hidden... No. the monochromatic game we played. It was really good. But this is definitely a lot. Sorry, I failed to protect our one and only tax haven. No, boss. I'm to blame. I underestimated a formidable opponent. You don't know what we went through to find this spot. There's no better place to avoid tax than the whole scrapyard zone. You can't just come from the sky and lay it to waste. We're just taking the bike. Right, we'll get back to you guys, I promise. Alright, take it! Grandma's gonna be real mad! Can you wake up and talk to me? The weirdos are gone. No, we're not. Okay, stuff to ask you, but first I gotta get you on that bike, and I will not be carrying you home. I'm sure it would be kind of optimal if you just get up by yourself. Let's wake up, damn it! Does a robot have a crotch? Because that's where it got kicked. Alright, it's just broken after all. This sucks. I'll try one last thing before I go home. It's going to be extreme violence. Oh, okay. So I'm going to sing at it to charge it with electricity. Okay. I did it all for the nookie. The nookie, so you can take that cookie. Sorry. I really am enjoying this. I don't know why I've just got, like, full-on gremlin brain tonight. Okay, you're a full-on walking jukebox now. I cannot believe it. This is crazy. Okay, I'm gonna show you my bro. He's gonna be... he's gonna go mad in the head big time. Virals, I haven't held a consistent voice since we started playing this. Oh, can you play another song? Play one that you think will fit my mood. It's just Baby Shark on loop. Oh! Felt that one in the cheap seats. Let's go! Oh, Moose, yes, it was the Invisible Castle was the one that was very arresting. Oh yeah, what are we calling our jukebot? I'm gonna call him Rocket. Bleep bloop, bleep bloop. Lily babook. You know him, Rocket. Enthusiastic as ever. This character flits between being like the cyberpunk badass and just more than a little pinch of think but run fast, you know what I mean? And it helps the soundtrack slaps. And we're recruiting the robot to be the drummer. Okay, that makes sense. So it's like, I know I was the one to find you, so you probably do your robot thing this and agree to anything, but we need more respect for the boss, you know what I mean? So I'm ordering you to make your own choice. What do you say? You want to be the drummer? Bleep, bloop, bleep, bleep, bleep. Alright, I'm going to take that as a yes. There we go! How's that for a fucking intro? There we go. That should be a little easier to hear. I'm afraid I do agree that Jukebot is a very clever name, but Jukebox is like peak Kryptonite Bane. Because you want to say Jukebox, because that's how it's spelled. But no, it's Jukebox. Because of reasons! And so Edwin, I think it's they did show us the main menu to start with. It was real hard to judge where we needed the audio to be. But what they did is, I think they're doing like updated title screen based on like key poets. And the opening was a lot less bombastic than this. Sorry. I look at that character design and I can't help but see that there seems to be a certain type of character that is haunting me right now. Have we missed Virals' fancy intro? There we go! How's that for a spot cool kid? Thick McSong Blast. That's pretty good. Alright. We're definitely going to the easy mode because it is already kicking my ass. And I'm looking at that Horror Punk unlocked with New Game Plus and I'm like, what kind of New Game Plus would they throw at us? Chapter 1. First transmission. Scrapyard Zone, Circuit Barricade, East. So basically, to recap, we were in Special Virtual Prison, which we then exploded the floating prison and crashed it, which I'm sure will have no repercussions. Whatever is going on with this world, electricity isn't something that is found, it's something that's made, it's created. In the sense that everything that powers, from abilities to vehicles to what you will, is controlled by the super government. Because they have controlled by the super government because they outlawed all music, the ability to generate power without them, which not the weirdest setup I've heard. Edwin putting the filthy in filthy casual. Okay, and we're finally home, Rocket. This is the Scrapyard Zone where I live. We do a lot of waste management here. And the place will soon be your home too. Alright, let's go do this. Now go hide behind those boxes. These people have never seen a bot like you. Stay there until I come back for you. Okay. No, no follows. Trust me. Won't abandon you. Okay, everyone's decided to come worship the crashed. Oh, Babo, so happy to see you! Ha, Ophelia. Prophetic. I do not have any money on me. There is no need to be nice. Simon, you reek of prison. Yeah, genius, maybe because I just got out. I was falling for 30 minutes. Good news, I was released on good behavior. You fool no one, especially not the mystical Simon. I cannot believe that you flew a maximum security prison. No props to you. Ivy is going to be mad, I suppose. Be careful. She already is anyway. Let's put some more toppings on her cake of anger. Like a ragey cupcake. I think you'd be safer in prison. So I don't know what the satellite's been up to. But these things fell from the sky out of nowhere, and it is not fun. Dave has been crushed. He's somewhere under this. Oh shit, it was not Dave, it was Gary! One of them fell precisely on Gary's big brain. Fucking R.I.P. Gary. Let's take a moment of silence for our good friend who we totally knew, Gary. Oh man, remember all those times we had with Gary? This is the point where you play the Gary montage. You know, how he would remove his skull to show his brain around. That guy was a total poser. And now he's total pancake. Remember that? Yeah, remember that one time we had to save Gary from the Sarlacc pit? Ah, good times. R.I.P. Gary. Did you even know him? I guess I'm glad you guys are safe. Better not tell them I caused this. Better not tell them I caused this. Let's let them believe it was a natural occurrence. Alright. Into level 2. So the buildings are powered. Boop! Ah, rockety treasure. Cleaning this mess so everybody can be happy! God, if I had the chops for it, maybe this is the game to do as like a musical episode. I do not have the chops for it. Like, you have to have a very specific set of skills for that. Oh, okay. Oh. Tell you friends, I am flagging today. I do not know what is up with me. It's like, I feel bad because it's like the first of the Serenity Forge games they've sent us since I signed up for the program. And like, they're the ones who are going to be doing Roman Sands, I want to say next year. And that one, oh boy, that one is going to be something special. Like, Paradise Killer by way of Paratropic, you know what I'm saying? Of course, it's the day I get to do the first one of the Serenity Forge games proper that I'm just like, oh, what if I just got all my slug cats just curled up with them? Virals, has Chorby done this yet? Real life kicked me out of their room. Now I'm homeless. Okay. I feel like with the Chorbin's skill set of, you know, rhythm games and whatnot, that they'd probably kick ass at this. My skills include tenacity and perseverance. Or as it's known in the real world, being fucking stubborn. And DJ Coyle, how you doing? And I can't believe the only thing we did with Gary was the Sarlacc pit. Way cool. DJ Quill, is Unreal Fest, is that this week or next week? Because I was saying to Fearless, it's like, I only found out about its existence this year. And like, I have no reason to go, obviously, but I'm kind of fascinated. It starts on Monday, okay. Like, definitely fascinated. Like, I don't think I even know anybody senior over there anymore. Okay, so we got a... What? Yes! Hello. Why is that an army of people that look like me also riding? Can't poke this alpaca's nose from this angle. I have to find another way around this ruthless animal. You can't boot the snoot. You're not trying hard enough! Do not worry about any of that. There's a gigantic alpaca hiding inside a tree with a bow on it. It's the chocobos of this world. Rules are clear. In case of emergency, I can park in this space. Sir, there is an emergency right now that requires me to get to my trailer. Do you see that? Trailer, in fact, right over there. Exactly. In case of emergency, I must evacuate from the bus. Which is the case right now. Can't get back in my bus and move it out of here. It's an emergency. I'm just following protocol. Malicious compliance. See page 467. Here, I'll download it to your brain interface so you can check. Sir, if you don't understand, I must get to my trailer. Through there. On foot. Baba, finally! I need you to kill a man. Do assist your brother in telling this gentleman he should remove his bus from this spot. Alright, whatever, dude, just go up the cliff. Just climb it. You know, like you do every time. It's not a big deal. You see? This citizen knows the protocol. You should too. Just open up your firewall and I'll get it downloaded to your brain interface right away. Sir, please. Alright, just come here quick. I am having a vital conversation here. Our lifestyle is on the line. I have so many drugs up my ass. Alright, I got us a new bot. What in the absolute... Just follow me. Your brother has joined the party. Okay, we can just murder this guy. Ooh! Let's see what that was. Got them turrets on good tonight. I like your new friend, Bobo. I wish I had his social skills. Just damn it, Rocket. I told you not to move. Also, kid, don't touch the bot. He's mine. Alright, go easy on him. He's just a child. But he's a... Oh, yeah! See, now he's crying. Brilliant. God, I hate kids. Beep boop boop! So this is the bot you were talking about? We also got a bike on the way here. But that's a long story. We were about to enter the circuit barrier zone, so they closed it. They're surveying the area now. They are after whoever made this concrete mess. Why do you have this bot? I only stole the bike, not the bot. Promise. You had one job! To flee from prison and come back here without any broken parts. But you get me a bike and a robot on the way. How is that even possible? This is no normal bot. This is a jukebot. Show him, Rocket. Show me your jukebot form. That is a jukebot indeed. Even has a name. How lovely. Can you believe I fell on top of him when I exploded the prison? Saved me from my fall. Nah, you were fine. Jukebox hero. Fuck. God damn it, Vanderbeest. I mean, sorry, you are right, but that's going to be stuck in my noggin for ages now. God. Oh no, I just had an idea. So let's assume this game does well, because it deserves to, and it's really fucking cool. It just struck me, I know exactly what they need to do for DLC for this. Scarband mode, where you just keep hiring more and more and more people to your party. Let's go. Alright, now, back to this guy here. Alright, it's somewhat interesting. However, it'll take the government just a few minutes before they get here, and arrest us all for being in possession of a jukebot. Don't worry about that. He isn't trackable. How do you know? Okay, anyway, I need your help. And, your girlfriend's help. Absolutely not. Bro! Wine to your heart's content. I could not care less. In fact, I can take the parts off, sell it, can fetch some decent money. Enough to clear our debts. And we're not going to do that. You crazy? This guy's much more valuable than anyone living in the scrapyard can pay. He's at least 10 times the price. Oh, you're learning some math now. Man, the sibling biting is... The biting sibling banter is pretty spot on. Only when it comes down to business. You taught me yourself. I just don't want to get us in... I just don't want to get us scammed again, okay? This dude, this bot, this is a music bot. I want to keep him for the band. I was the only one around here who could make music, but now this makes two of us. Not cool, dude. Not cool at all. We had a deal. You said so yourself. After getting out of prison, you swore you wouldn't do anything else illegal. I have done several war crimes since breakfast. Sorry, I just love the idea of the, I promised you I would do no crimes. I have proceeded to do several crimes. Sorry, bear with me a second, friends. Oh, God. Actually, friends, give me 2 more seconds. I'm just going to throw some water on my face. Whew. Oh, thank you all for waiting. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. I just think compound exhaustion is just kind of kicking my ass tonight. Whew. But I'm not giving up. Never give up. Never surrender. Dear brother, I broke that promise several times in the very act of escaping prison. I do like that one. Okay. I helped you out because of that promise. And that means goodbye to music. God. And here I was thinking, you know, our bro was a cool kid hacker. They're just a weenie. Ultrazini, that makes me feel so much better. I mean, I think we're all... This year's kicked a lot of asses. I just... usually, friends, like, by the time I sit down with you lot and we get everything going, like, you know, it all comes together, but... Oh, tonight is a struggle. Music shouldn't be outlawed in the first place. You know that. Only made it a crime so they can make us beg for electricity. But this guy here, this jukebot, this is our shot at being independent. Metaphor! Being absurd! Just say it already. Say what? Oh. Little unconscious time sounds pretty good. Okay, so what's the real reason you want that? Alright. It's because you never had any intention to hide anything. Alright, what is the thing? Give us the drop, Bobo. Hear me out. Rocket, he played a song to me while I was driving him here. He can't speak. He walks a little weird, but maybe he can play music. Maybe, and I'm not saying this is the real deal yet, but maybe he can create music. Like me. With him, we can make even more electricity. Virals, please tell me loading dinosaur was just a joke that you're left in, because that's fucking brilliant. Okay. So yeah, she's not actually down to save the whole world. It's more that if we're the only other people selling electricity, we can undercut and win. Alright. Okay. I've learned with the best frugal, stingy dastard around these parts. And that's you. Can you help me out now that your precious money is involved? So cool. Cool. Fine. I'll help. I'll convince Ivy to fix the robot. Yahoo! Thanks, bro! I mean, Virals, the fact that saving dinosaur and loading dinosaur are two different is perfect. They have different functions. Oh my word. We might need to take a little banter break though. Like... This game is kicking my ass a little bit, and I don't know why. It's really good. Ivy! Help us out! It would be at this point, Ivy would break out the mace. Strained silence. Come on! Yeah. Damn. I was about to say I felt that kick in the lower atmosphere, but that's where the pieces of prison are. I mean, Fred, if they offer it... Well, technically in this game, the government are the only ones... Okay, the Satellite Corp are the only ones who can produce electricity because they outlawed all music. So they're the only ones that can provide the supply. If we can start jamming out tunes, well then, jobs are good. Seem a little sus that they didn't better destroy an potentially infinite source of music, but let's not concern ourselves with that. Oh, you fucked up. Ivy says I don't speak to traitors. Alright, just listen. So Bobo found a jukebot. She expects you to fix it for her. She also wishes for you to add combat abilities to him. And you're willingly going along with this? Yep. Her plan for the bot is potentially very lucrative this time. Is this gonna be like all the other times she tricked you into opposing the government? No, it's different this time. You're out of electricity. For how long now? A week? Maybe 2? How long until your power is completely depleted? I have reserves. Can run for like another month. A month. This bot can generate electricity for more than a month. And I can show you how. You can help us, and you can make him functional. Alright, I don't like this. I will help, but if the cops come, I'll say I threatened you. I threatened you to do it for me. Okay. Would you totally trust somebody named Dealer? Of course. Why is this dealer taking the piss? I've been sitting here for 30 minutes. Okay, so robot stays and I'll pop him over when he's ready, when he's good and ready. Okay. Take her out of here. Alright, we'll go. I guess. You be good, Rocket. You're doing what's best for you. Okay. Increased sniff. Trust her. I'll be back for you. I've known this robot for 5 minutes. Wait, I thought we were leaving. Okay, we're back in here. Alright. Fred, had I known, I probably would have scheduled this game for another day. Because it's starting to seem like I have a very specific taste. But the main villain is another combat-ready redhead. Okay. Riku wants to talk to you about something important in the Northwest Desert. Alright. Gonna go through the compactor. The bar. Jukebox and music. You can listen to jukebox soundtrack directly in your brain without causing a social ruckus. I can dance the music in my own head. But if it's like an inner ear thing, wouldn't that mean that we'd be generating infinite power? Now stop bothering me! Go! I think, go with her, make sure she doesn't get herself into trouble. Wait! Just go! I won't tell you twice. Llamas! Okay, swap leaders with Trigger. Fighting is only over when party members have fallen. Reviving allies by tossing them a healing item. Some friends cannot be controlled in battle and will act on their own, but their time hit must be completed manually. Okay. Let's go back to the save dinosaur! Nip, 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 nip. Oh, that's cool. So, friends, so each slot, it's not just, it's not just that single save, it's all of those saves in that run. So I can go back to our earlier save from the prologue, or this one, without having to do it in the slot. A simple visual trick, but kind of rad. And of course, the Gentleman Low Dinosaur. I think I just biffed all of our cash on skills I wasn't checking the names of. Okay, good work, Will! Sure did one whole video game thing smart. Okay. So, okay, let's just have a little chill in the jam here. Just because this game is very good, and I'm not doing it justice right now, so let's have a little natter, let's have a little banter. If you've got any questions, thoughts, or feels, you can have a look at what everybody's got so far. He has the power glove and a keyboard. No, Edward, sorry, I said that as if it was a bad thing. It is incredibly charming. And I guess what's kind of... misleading is the wrong term. It's... I guess the term cyberpunk has become so synonymous with, like, post-Shadowrun, that the fact this is, like, robot beings in a strange world where, you know, electricity is controlled. Well, and Edwin, they've... Oh, God, why can't I seem to speak people words? They have definitely made a ton of changes for, like, accessibility-wise, which is good to see, you know. Sometimes what you intend for a game and how the difficulty matches that is a real challenge. Yesterday we were talking about Gods Will Be Watching, which is a very, very cool but very challenging kind of like pseudo point and click. It had a really successful demo, but when the full version dropped, it was unbelievably difficult. Lots of time challenges, lots of like moon logic at a breakneck pace. It was fucking hard. You have also made salsa. No, you're just winning. You're just winning. There was also a lot of discussion around World of Horror. And this is that thing where, as a creator, you have to understand that your game isn't created in a vacuum. That sometimes your intended vision needs a little bit of tweaking. At least so that your game can be the best game it can. Because, like, you don't have to tweak your game to suit anyone, right? It's your game. If you want to make it upsettingly punishing, then so be it. Fred says, lies, my vision is flawless! But this is where kind of like the creative give and take comes in, right? Ultimately, how you see your game and how you see people's experiences might not be what they're searching for. And the problem is if you create something that's super niche and super challenging, you may not be able to get full-on feedback on what you can and can't change about that experience. So one of the things that I kind of half talked to someone else about before I got playing this title is that it is very difficult. And one of the other people chatting was just discussing how, like, should they try and stream this game if they're not going to be good at it? And I'm like, nah. You know, Control ended up being a brilliant experience, and we turned off damage as a concept, right? Edwin, mayhaps this game would be improved with insta-death pits and one-hit kills. I'll do you one better, Edwin. What if we added limited lives? Sorry, I was joking about this with a friend, but Space Marine 2 has a live system. But the lives only replenish... Okay, the live system works per checkpoint, but the number of lives you get will you have so many of those attempts, and it'll respawn you at the last checkpoint. When you hit those checkpoints, it doesn't reset how many lives you have. So if you want the most amount of lives, get to the checkpoint, die like an idiot, and then come back to life with all your shit. It's very strange. Orzine, are you saying you just finished Hollow Knight? Or are we talking about, like, Hollow Knight's varying flavors of difficulty? And, like, Edwin, you can tell that was one of those things they had in... that Space Marine 2 had during development. And either no one really cared enough to comment on it, or it didn't strike anyone as weird. And it's not saying it's inherently bad, but... Orzine! Congratulations. I forget what the percentage is now when you finish it, but I hope that you got the full-on ending. And I'm sorry about the White Palace. Oh yes, Fearless, it was you and I that was talking about it, wasn't it? So yeah. So it's a weird one. You know, creator intent is an interesting discussion, and where difficulty fits into that is, I don't know. Sometimes you can create a concept that's really engaging beyond what you had intended, and that concept, if that concept is too far out of step with the difficulty that you have, it kind of creates this grating, right? Where users want something from your game that they can't get, and the difficulty stops them from getting there. You know, I think we could talk about We Happy Few, that's a very good example. You know, people wanted a more narrative, more cinematic experience. What they got given was a survival game, where you had to, you know, avoid roaming patrols and survive in a quasi-open world. People don't want that. And Fearless, that could be the case. Maybe when they put in the stuff for multiplayer, they didn't think how they could tweak it for single player or for co-op. Well, and Edwin, that's why this conversation is so fascinating, because it is, again, it's flavor to taste. You know, as my friend would say, if you go into a curry house and you ask for the absolute hottest, like, fuck me up like I'm a member of your family curry, and they give you something that is so spicy that it melts the concept of time, then hot diggity dog, that's what you asked for. If you go into a restaurant and you ask for, say, a tiramisu, and, you know, there's a little bit more booze in it than you expected, and it's also spicy as fuck, you might be confused. Now, sure, you can get that whole, like, sugary, spicy, sweet thing going on. Some people like that. But it's the expectation, right? Now, none of this is stuff I'm leveling at Keylocker. Though I can say, I think if I was playing this on normal difficulty, if I didn't know to just crank it down, because you know, my reaction speeds are fucked, friends. If you stay up all night and you drink gin every day, eventually you stop being able to have quick reflexes. Who knew? No one told me. Sorry. But in this case, I think it's that the thing that brings everybody into this is the thematics, and the visual overworld is very evocative of things like Megaman Battle Network and simpler titles. But so far, you know, it's a game about music. Timing and rhythm was always going to be part of it. But when we come to things like World of Horror, where the RNG can be so punishing, and ultimately you're playing a horror game and you want to have a certain amount of, I don't know, agency is the wrong term. But I do remember when, was it Battle Chef Brigade that had a lot of trouble with people saying, like, holy shit, this is fucking hard. And hell, let's talk about the slug cat shaped elephant in the room. Let's talk about Rain World. Rain World got fucking crucified in reviews. Because the reviewers and like early adopters came into it like, oh, look at this cute little slug cat. Oh, isn't he adorable? And then, you know, Rain World's gonna Rain World, right? However, with Rain World, one of the things that I thought was really interesting is how they did not tweak the core experience, but they gave you different ways to experience it. And then eventually kind of like the flavor to taste. Because there are some elements of your game you do need to stick to your guns on, right? And knowing when those points are is such an interesting discussion. Now, so virals, I do think that is interesting because, like, combining, like, the bullet hell and the roguelike elements meant that you could basically slowly amp up the how much bullet hell is hell, right? Sorry. You know, the Void Rains Upon Her Heart starts out very simple. And by the time you're getting into like the final segments, the challenges and stuff, it's a traditional bullet hell. But like Ikaruga, it fucking ain't. Hell, let's talk about Ikaruga. Like, gorgeous game, an absolute masterclass in its space, and so impossibly fucking difficult as to be just miserable. Like, when I think about even people who are very into the bullet hell space, Ikaruga is still held up as the, I don't know. Sorry, there's an incredible video about a person who played Ikaruga every day for a year without fail, even going so far as to installing it on a laptop when they went to a friend's wedding, and like their path of mastery and how they went through it. Now, I'm not saying that's bad. Again, Ikaruga is a piece of art. It's not supposed to be a game where you feel like a badass starfighter. It's supposed to be about a path of mastery. But in the same breath, there are so many gorgeous parts of Ikaruga that no one will ever see. Because even if you play it all day, a day, like...
What ho, Vikings? I missed yesterday, so I have to ask, is Melania still not no defeat?
So Lyris, Melania knows defeat. Sorry, thank you for the 200, but yeah, we fucking did it. Now, that's the clip of the exact moment. There is a highlight of the final fight, or, if you'd like, we can leave it as a surprise, and you can check the VOD. Whichever you would like to see. I mean, the final fight felt like it was over in seconds. It was like 7 minutes. So, whichever you would like, Lyris. If you want to just go through the VODs, we're having a discussion about, like, creator intent and difficulty. Do I have the clip in anime form? Not yet. Lyris, it's entirely fine. I didn't think I was going to do it that day. No one was more surprised than I was. Well, if any of you are TikTok users, I think you can do remix. I think you can do the remix cuts. Fred says, lies. Melania was more surprised than you were, Will. Touche! Touche, Fred. But again, Lyris, you got nothing to apologize for. It was a marathon, but it's done. It's done. I didn't have it in the tank to rejig my build back to how it was and then continue. And if I'm being honest, I think... Hey! Perfect timing, Jay. Miranda, Watto and welcome. Come on in. I was just going to add, I think the reason why I'm struggling with this today, I think I'm still a little bit broken after yesterday's stream. Okay, not broken, but I think I'm still a little bit, like, exhausted from just that, like, the sheer amount of adrenaline going through me. Like, I was almost tempted to have a spot of alcohol, but I'm a little bit worried that if I have some booze now, rather than waking me up, you know, with all that good sugar, I'll just go to sleep. Will has a nap now. Honk shoe. Honk shoe. Okay, virals, assuming that we're talking about it, assuming that, like, Melania remembers each attempt, how horrifying. So Jay was finishing up Phantom Hourglass, way cool, with Whimsical Plushie, and now I have to hold them. Or else. Alright, I'll look after him. So over here, Jay, we're playing Keylocker. It's really fucking good. I'm struggling a bit today, but just because we had a big win with Elden Ring yesterday, and I think I'm still recovering from it. Well, so, like, virals, I think about it, because, like, the first time I faced her, she does her whole new, it's just this whole big spiel about how she has been awoken and never known defense. And then, I mean, you can still see the clip. She fucking blink jump stabs me twice and I'm gone. Like, and then she killed me with ease hundreds of times. But, like, at what point do you think, like, the tipping point was? You know, when she stopped... Because for most of those attempts, she handled me like I was a fucking toddler with a stick. And jumping back in, I am saying that Valve just dropped the arbitration from their subscriber agreement. I need to have a look at that proper before I comment, but... I'll probably get that pop-up once I finish playing games, but yeah. No, so Aeon, I just want to make sure when it comes to legal stuff like this, I want to make sure I'm looking at it proper. Krill just showed us the pop-up, but I can't read the agreement thing now. The updated dispute resolution resolves requires all claims and disputes to proceed to court and not in arbitration. Huh. Because he says, I think she might have figured out how screwed she was by the time we got into phase 2 3 times in a row. God, it's just the idea that this little thing runs at you full tilt and you just cut it in half, and 3 minutes later there's a little fucker sprinting at you again, spitting bees out of his hands, singing Chapel Row. And so yeah, Lizzie, I've seen the screenshot, but the screenshot cites another part of the user agreement that I don't have. Also, it's a Steam subscriber agreement, not a Steam user agreement. That's weird. Okay, there's the link. Please review section 10.
Sorry to blitz through, but I have been working far too much lately. I'm exhausted, so I'm going to bed. Have a wonderful rest of stream.
Alright, Lyris, go get some rest. Again, I am sorry that I beasted it before I got a chance to do it in front of the whole squad. A lot of people had tapped out as I was getting towards that point. And honestly, I thought I was just going to practice and talk more. No one was, like, someone was more surprised than I am. Alright, so Lizzie and Aeon, I'll have a look at this later, because basically the news section involved, there's one chunk for EU and UK, one section for US, and a whole bunch of miscellaneous stuff. This is probably in response to something, but that's going to require a little bit more research. But apparently it just happened. I don't know who in Seattle puts out a fucking policy change at 7 o'clock at night on a Thursday, but alright. Oh no, Aeon, also same. It's just, that's why I'm not commenting on it right now, because I need the chance to actually read it. So Bacon says it's good. It's not forcing arbitration. But this, and this is why I want to read it. There's a little line about Russia, so I wonder if that's got something to do with it. And there's also a differentiation between, you know, EU, UK, and then like US, rest of world. Man, these jams are really good to chat to. Anyway, sorry. And to those of you who came over from Jetman J Squad, what and welcome. If we've never met before, my name's Will. I talk about the games industry, and I like playing weird, indie games whenever I get the chance. Even if I've been very Elden Ring focused of late. The TLDR and what we were chatting about earlier was that yesterday I finally beat Melania. And it took me 540 tries because I refused to do it with summons or with any additional help. Yeah, well, so Fred, if you check General, that's what they put out already. Oh, there we go. And I just got my you have to agree to this alert. So, alright. And Kakazi, it might be a case of just like shut down Steam for a bit, let it cool off, because it seems to just pump that out to literally everyone. But that's just fascinating. Okay, there we go. Because it could have been Kakazi, the amount of people that freaked out because they got the message and then just reset it. But I couldn't see anything spicy in Section 10 from an immediate skim. But that doesn't mean it's not in response to something or because of. I mean, it's rare to get those account alerts, and sometimes I get them when like PR teams revoke keys they've given me like years ago. You know what? It never feels good. Yeah, so Fred, if you want to have a look at that and give it your thoughts and feels. Kind of want to jump into research about it now, though. I don't know if you've noticed, I keep looking over here and being like, okay, but what about this part? What about this part? Alright, fuck it, I'm having a look at it. But please, 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 if you haven't, wishlist Keylocker, pick up a copy and play it, because it's really cool, even if I'm being a stupid. This is what we've got. It's all about applicable law and jurisdiction. Most user concerns can be resolved in use of our Steam support call. If Valve is unable to resolve your concerns and a dispute remains between you and Valve, the section explains how the parties have agreed to resolve it. Okay. And again, it keeps saying subscribers. Well, so again, Aeon, this is why I find it interesting, because in other segments, they specify your account and particular subscriptions. Okay. You know what? We might just be like ARG weirdos making a mountain out of a molehill here. It does say that you agree that if you are going to do any kind of legal nonsense, that you have to do it in Washington State, specifically King County. So Arrow Griffin, Valve just did a big old update thing. So I'm just giving it a quick skim to see if there's anything spicy in there. Oh, and Vernflow, feckin' thank you. I mean, Fred, like, I'm still fucking... So, no arbitration. That sounds good. And Arrow Griffin, it's basically been hitting people at different times. The system hasn't been perfect. Like, I got mine about, like, half an hour, 40 minutes. It's wild because, like, Steam and companies make changes to your EULA agreements and stuff like that all the time. so... Well, I'll tell you what, friends, and Fred, I think this will be one to discuss tomorrow proper. Mainly because I've just seen Save Dinosaurs here. What's up, buddy? Oh, hello, incandescent-eyed creature of the sand. Do you want me to advise the saving capacities of me and my family? You Ivy's new pet. A church spy? Of course not, I am this Save Dinosaur, your best friend. Since you are meeting me now, you are allowed to save your game. I'm pretty sure I could... Shh. Wait. Do you hear this? No. The sound of the ever-shifting reality. Oh, truly, thank you. Unfathomable dimensions between now and later. Time does. God, that's 65 months as well. Wait, Nora. Oh God! Dinosaur disappeared into space. Okay. Okay. So before we start moving on to review, Valve rolled out a new license agreement. Unlike in other times, they have made everyone acknowledge it. Like, they use the same system they use for any kind of, like, account critical pop-ups. Again, only time I've ever seen that in the past is when, like, a publisher has pulled keys or something like that, that you have to acknowledge that a game has been removed from your account. So, whatever this is, it's important that we all saw it, but there was no... So, it ain't nothing, regardless. Spires! Where a tiny top hat sits. And Holy Bus Crusader, it's been kind of rolling out to people. I mean, we could be missing the... Because Bacon is saying... Well, Bacon and Peeps are implying forced arbitration is very bad. I will have to look into this because it is a sphere that I don't know a lot about. And I don't want to give you even bad not advice. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not a lawyer. I do not know. But I wonder if it's protection for Valve rather than consumer protection, i.e., you release a game on Steam, something funky happens, and then you and your big heavyweight company go after Valve for cash. And through the power of forced arbitration, make things very bad for them and not for you. Rather than something that protects the little guy. A Bacon, it's a Thursday. This isn't a day where you lot harass me. And I'm mostly a vegetable at this point, so I'm not against getting into this. I guess here's what I'm trying to work out. Are we looking at just a nothing pop-up that's a response to like a legal precedent or something that has happened across the world? Or is this something that we need to be very aware of? Because again, it's pretty rare that Valve makes all of us go, alright, we acknowledge. help. There are quite a few games companies that have the we have the right to change this. We have the right to tweak this agreement in their agreements. Aeon said it could also be the response to bad press around arbitration, e.g. Disney and the death of the eatery. Oh yes, the person who wasn't allowed to sue Disney because they were a Disney Plus subscriber, or their family wasn't. Yeah, that was fucked up. That was fucked up. But I've not followed the real world fallout of that situation, so I don't know. You know, this is why I try and keep it games and game centric, because at least I do know what I'm talking about. And especially with stuff like this, I wouldn't want to give you a false comprehension. But hey, like, it's definitely getting my brain whirring. Like, this game is very good. But apparently after doing battle with Melania for weeks on end, what is left of me is a very sleepy individual. Which I'd say is pretty rare. Speeding up Brid's combat animation is not prohibited, but is frowned upon. Hold A to speed up. You guys are weird. They wish to go up. I'm definitely not doing the incredible dialogue in this game I am definitely not doing it a good service. Exhaustion may also be contagious. I mean, that would be the fucking vibe of this year. Yeah, virals, the cult of uppies. But yeah. I mean, Steam is where a lot of us primarily play our games, so I think it's valid to be cautious of this. And it's always really hard to tell with Valve when they're doing something that is pro-corporate and pro-user. Again, no billion-dollar company is our friend. Right? Valve might be the place where our games are, but they're still a huge, gigantic supercorp. This alpaca. Alpaca with beady eyesight. My alpaca sister is lost, and I cannot find her. We shall look for the alpaca. The interesting inn. I love this! Hello, illustrious doppelganger of the desert. How may I help you? Well, here's the deal. I need one of your alpacas to cross the desert. Can't help you. Our alpacas are on strike. They demand higher pay, more slumber parties, and more ice cream. It's a real problem. They're fluffy animals. They already have the advantage. I can't have a world dominated like this. What about getting yourself a flying rug? It's new technology, but I'm sure it's reliable enough. Okay. I don't want a rug. I want to hang out with the fucking alpaca squad. Because remember, friends, alpacas are the cuddly ones. Llamas will fuck you up. Not Fred yet lies. The Umbrella Corporation says it's our friend. Would Umbrella Corp lie? You're right, Fred. Sorry, I get confused sometimes. You know how it is. Ah, virals. I should have realised that's the game's very own Nana. Nana, the alpaca. I wish I hadn't said that out loud. Nintendo is your friend, unless you look at them the wrong way. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about that extensively. And unfortunately, it is pretty rare for, Eulers and the ilk to have stuff in it specifically just to help you. Right? Like, you know this, I know this. Also, for a world where music is outlawed, there's a huge pair of headphones on this stage. So yeah, friends, we might just be making a big old mess out of nothing. Doesn't mean I won't be keeping an eye on it. What if I look at Nintendo while doing a handstand? As long as you don't go, Yahoo! You'll be fine. And like, tactical litigation is a big part of like corporate warfare. God, I didn't, oh my word, now I'm trying to remember. Didn't Last Week Tonight do an episode on forced arbitration? I'm racking my brain now, because I feel like I have the knowledge and I'm just not able to grasp it. Well, anyway. If forced arbitration bad, Valve have said that they will not be doing it. That you agree, nuh-uh. And that anything that needs to be settled will be settled in a King County court. I forget what King County consists of. It's not just, like, the city of Seattle, if I remember rightly. The Greater Seattle Metro. Okay, thank you. I have cleaned up all of the sand. Okay. It's the area around Seattle as well. If you reach Portland, you're in Pierce County. Okay. Forgot about jumping. They have little guinea pig-like sounds when they do this, and that does not stop being funny. Nah, I feel as everybody's brain dead today, and I think that's fine. You don't. Well, first you jump, then you ask an actual adult. Oh! The Federal Democracy of Scraps. How to Conquer a Girl's Heart Through Food 101. A full guide to success in 3 or more tabs with recipes using soy sauce. Okay. Felt like that was a wall hint. Oh, I can jump down this way. Oh, they're active noise-cancelling headphones. In case of music, get to the stage. Me, I live life on the edge. Get fucked. Death to the church! The church will remember this. I wonder if that meter on the side is like my how punk are you meter. 8-hour electrical class. That's so much. I'm tired just reading that. It is I, totally normal protagonist. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the jazzy, funky music. Get some more water, Jesus. So I'd say, what, friends, if you do want to talk about this Valve thing, let's do it. Here's what I'm going to say. I am going to formally apologize that I'm not doing a good job of showing off Keylocker. This game's fucking great. And I am going to be singing its fucking praises. Alright? Virals, I'm so sorry, friend. Like, I feel like I've been hit by a truck today. Like, but game good, writing brilliant, tunes excellent. It does, but I feel bad, you know? This is a thing that you worked on, and I should be bringing like the full force of my ha-ha enthusiasm. I'll tell you what, because I have lined my stomach, I'm gonna crack one of the twisted iced teas, and I'm gonna see if that gets me up to speed to be useful. Because I mean, Thursdays are our quiet days, especially this late in the day. So, like, worst case, we can come back to this at some point. Next week is Slugfest, and Dustin, you have to remind me what the ES and T stood for. Slugfest standing for support local unhinged ginger, financially, etc. Electrical's easy. Sparks are bad. Hot wires are not good. And don't put your tongue on the barbed ones, or the bare ones. Does not taste like lemons. You know what, Baron? You know what I mean. Don't be a terror. I said this is coming up Millhouse tonight. I said roses Power of booze compels me. Oh no, Fred, the music for this is incredible. Support local. Oh, unhealthy. I might go with unglued, but I'm not a healthy individual. Just finances, eating, sanity, and temperament. Because I did realise, because as soon as I told somebody about Slugfest, they were like, "You're going to do Rainworld, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're going to do a day on the comedy campaign as well." But we'll see how that goes. I'm just exhausted, friends. But okay, but yeah. So I had a ponder, and it seems to predominantly be at like American arbitration. There is also a setup about there is also a little bit about like EU law and local courts, but I don't know how much that has changed because I've got the old agreement. Thank you again for that one. Unless it's just going to be a complicated rickroll from Moose. Okay, so let's have a look at the old number 10. 12. Oh wow, no. Oh yeah, so they used to. It used to be like the old typical, which was you agree to arbitration and go fuck yourself. That was sanity is very lightweight. I might tweak the wording a little bit, but I'm just gonna plop that in our group chat. Fuck out. Oh, okay. Sorry. If you haven't heard about Slugfest, basically I'm trying to get enough funds together to be able to cover rent and, you know, unfuck my life financially. So next week I'm going to be doing like essentially like a donation drive, and the pièce de résistance is going to be a stream of the Xbox 360 banger Too Human, one of the worst games ever made. And like, it's going to be funny until the first death, because like there's two kinds of people that when you say Too Human, the ones that played it and the ones that didn't. Because when you say it to anyone who hasn't played it, they either go, what? Or, wow, I heard that game was kind of bad. And to anyone who played it, it's like, I hope you're looking forward to those unskippable Valkyrie cutscenes. Those. But I also need to think of some more things for the rest of Slugfest. So obviously it's got to open with the Rain World comedy campaign. Sorry, if you don't know, Rain World has one secret hidden campaign. Oh, should we keep a Valkyrie count? I mean, Kakazi, I wonder if the achievements still work. Because there is an achievement for like dying 100 times. Are we going to be destroying the disc immediately after stream to uphold the law? Breaking the law, breaking the law. Oh, it'd be very fucking funny. Deaths Chivo speedrun. Like, at breakneck pace, 100 deaths, because each cutscene is roughly like 50 seconds. Like, if you just mash through it. So that, like, that's what, an hour and 40 minutes of just death. God, it's gonna be funny as. But it's not on the banned list. Yeah, so technically, if I was to acquire a physical disc of Too Human, I've essentially done like a black market trade. The ones that didn't get destroyed. Oh yeah. Sorry, Kakazi says Amazon does those, yeah. It's wild that if you want to buy illegal video games, the easiest place you can get them is on Amazon. Second is like fucking Temu and shit like that. Could be. Sorry, Aeon was making a really interesting suggestion. I think you might be onto something there. That this could be like a preemptive move at the potential Steam antitrust lawsuits. So rather than them all having to go to arbitration, like they've actually got to take them through the courts, where they probably have a higher chance of victory. Because again, I don't see a company making this kind of a sweeping change for the good of the populace, you know. Because you'll often notice, and this is not a new thing to say by any means, but, you know, when it comes to this kind of, like, legal agreement, if it's something that you're going to be held to, they very much treat it like a, hey, don't worry about this. This is a just in case. You know, this is just us protecting ourselves. But when it comes to anything that you could go after them for, they're like, this is the law. Welcome to the shield. We will destroy you. I mean, that take is so cold, I can use it to chill my beverage. Maybe Gabe Newell finally watched that episode of last week tonight. Yeah, he just got an HBO subscription, he's just going back through it. But yeah, this... If I'm going with my gut on this one, this feels like it is something preemptive. It feels like something's coming, and this is something that they have to be able to say in a court of law that everyone saw it and acknowledged it and agreed to it, right? Something that there could be no misconstrusion about. Which might also be another word that I made up. But you know what? I'm on a roll today. Maybe? Wait, Verdant Flow, what if Valve is just taking the long ship to court? Fuck! That's why it's King County. That's why it's only some of us getting the message. Suing me to prove it's a cult. It's not a cult, Valve. You can't touch me, Gaben. Wait, am I suing Gabe to prove it's not a cult? Lizzie, did we start legal action against Valve? I've been very drunk sometimes in the past few days. It's me on a Zoom call. I'm gonna sue Gabe Newell. Why? I don't know. Gonna do it. We have money? You need money to sue someone? What? Okay. So Aeon, alright, so we're actually starting to crack on into this. So Aeon believes that it's in the response to a threat of class action. Some portion of the user base is opening claims against them. Looks like they had individual arbitration clauses, no groups. Oh shit, so they can't get hit by the bastards. So there's a thing in the US where big law firms will go after companies on behalf of groups and then do big old settlements for everybody that signs up. The company in question gets a win and a fuck ton of cash, and they kick back some of that cash to the people that signed to be part of that. Usually those are like, I don't know, this particular brand of baby food shouldn't have been eaten by grown adults or something like that. But, like, the world of video games is a tumultuous one, and there hasn't really been a solidification on what is and is not a monopoly Like, I do know that the people behind the what was it, the Rabbit Brawler, were attempting to go after Valve for being a monopoly. But I know that one got bounced out. The world of the US legal is more tumultuous than games. US legal is what happens when you don't do an engine overhaul on a game after a few hundred years. I think it was Wolfire was the devs. I think they're the ones that did Overgrowth. Because they're also local. But God, okay. So that whole thing was dismissed back in 2001. So in 2021. So I guess that whole thing is kind of stopped. Yeah, sorry. In 2001, they filed a lawsuit against Valve alleging that its storefront uses its large market share to stifle competition. Their last game out was Receiver 2 back in 2020. It doesn't state that there was a resolution to that. Sorry, I don't believe this has anything to do with it. It sprung into my noggin. Alright, I tell you what. Let's make a group agreement. We're not going to panic. We're all going to do our own little research at our own pace tonight. You know, once I've finished like sorting the dogs and cracking on the bevy, I'll start having a proper read of these and a comparison. And then we'll go from there. See if anybody's got any info on it. But right now, I am a little too wibbly wobbly, discombobly. Yeah, keep calm and read the legalese. God. The US legal system. What would happen if Magic the Gathering never had a banned list? I'm just quickly checking to see if any of my usual haunts have. Okay. Yeah, Aeon, you get it. Oh. Sorry, I found so I found something from December of 2008. From the 8th of December 2003. Yep. See, this is why I think I'm going to have to admit defeat on Keylocker. Put some tunes on. So, okay. Basically, Valve has been the target of mass arbitration. So, basically, it's looking like this is a stopgap to stop them from basically being targeted by larger law firms. I mean, it's September the following year, so it must have taken a while to sort all of this. So it looks like this is to protect them from large group arbitration. because it now means that every case has to be handled one case at a time, which is way more expensive than something like a class action suit and what have you. So that's cool. Oh, there we go. Aeon got $2 from the PS3 arbitration. Nice. There was a lot of adverts on Facebook and places like that earlier in the year for like, are you a Steam user? Then Valve might owe you money. Okay. No, like I said, we'll come back to this properly tomorrow. Alright, would you like some games news that is completely unrelated, but a little bit fucking funny? Now, you know I do not revel in the downfall of others. How many of you remember earlier in the year, the day before, a game that pitched itself as a large-scale open-world zombie game that turned out to be a fucking disaster, which was such a mess that the team pulled that. So they pulled the store page, they renamed the developer of their other games, and basically went into hiding mode. Yeah, literally yikes on bikes until you unlock cars. You get it. The Concord of its day. Now, look, Concord was guilty of many things, but it was a competent, well put together game. So, and this only went out like about 5 hours ago. Guess who has taken to Kickstarter for funding for their next project, Escape Factory, a physics-based co-op escape game set in a dangerous factory for 4 to 8 players. Oh yeah, they did! And here's the thing, we're not even talking about like they tried to sneaky cheek it. In the first line, it says, help, fantastic return. Fantastic 2.0. We sincerely apologize for everything that happened and are committed to making this right. We invite you to look over our plan, Fantastic 2.0, which just takes you to a website to download a PDF. Yeah, nah. Yeah, no, I ain't not touching that. I'm good. The game looks like if you gave the minions people skin. But here's the thing. They're asking for $15,000 to make this game. $15,000. You cannot make the game they are proposing for $15,000. A 4 to 8 player co-op physics game for $15,000. Alright? 15,000 bison dollars, maybe. You know, they're worth 5 of your English pounds. Okay, don't click on any links, because I don't trust it, but please just have a look at their site. Once, you helped us create Fantastic through Kickstarter. Today, we need your help bringing it back by supporting our new game on Kickstarter. Everyone deserves a second chance. We deeply apologize to everyone for the day before. Take full responsibility. Now give me your money. Okay, I'm not trying to be a dick about this, but like, they were so shady with the day before. Look, sometimes games come out and they crash and burn. That doesn't mean that those devs should be dragged along the coals. It doesn't mean that they should be shit-talked and banned. But these guys were shady as hell. It's not quite a Chris Angel's breakfast, lunch, and pizza, but it's definitely the I remember how to do HTML clock. Fuck me. Anyway, friends. Whew. I just had to share that one with you. Because I was just checking on one of my sources to get some more info on this Valve thing. Just get like a sanity check, because I'm not 100% all here right now. And just seeing that pop up on my feed was just fucking funny. Like, and props to PC Gamer for actually getting that article ahead of everybody else, because I did not see it on any of the other hot sheets. I guess everyone just assumed game news was over for the day and went home. Gotta love it. Okay. So yeah, to recap, we'll do some more research, but I don't think we need to worry about the Valve thing. It's more as a protective measure against these big litigation companies, which is fine. For Keylocker, all I can do is really apologize, friends, that I have not been on form today. This is a game. Most news comes out at 8 PM on Friday. What did happen today? Well, sorry, and jumping back, Kakazi, what's so wild about it is that what they did after Days Long Gone, or Days Fart Locker, or whatever it was called, they went radio silent, deleted their socials, and fucking hid, right? They, for lack of a better term, really did take the money and run. And now they're coming back, like, cap in hand, like, oh, ooh, we're so sorry. Please give us 15 grand. Like, there's no way they can make that game $15,000. And the whole debacle, like, happened so recently. So, like, maybe it was a title they had in production back then. Maybe they're just trying to bang out the quickest, like, clone of Chained Together that they can, just to try and get some cash going. But again, like, 15k is... Alright, assuming you're paying people like shit, 15k, again, I guess USD changes the region and things like that. If it was out here, that's like 3 people's salaries. Also, Dustin, Clone Together does sound like a great game, but I think that's the one with the giant wheel that you live in with your clones. Aeon, it fucking feels like a Fire Festival type maneuver, which I believe also had something similar. The games industry is wild. Suffice it to say, like I said, there's no way they can produce that game for 15k. It's not possible. Unless they were doing something very shady. And, you know what? I don't think I want to support that. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, Fearless, is like, that's maybe 4 months dev time for a single person, but like not a day more, not a day less. Maybe there's one person who's got access to the old accounts. Is it enough to make E.T. the video game? How long did they take to make E.T.? I think it was something similar. Dev time. Okay, according to this, E.T. the video game was made in 5 weeks. So technically, you could afford to produce E.T. the video game for $15,000. Technically. Sorry, I turned back over and Baron's like, psh, Will, I saw you and a handful of people make a video game. 5 weeks is so much time. If you can make one game an hour, how many games is 5 weeks? God, I want to send that to Eric and see if he actually kills me. What happened to Will? He died. Viral says, I was going to take 1 year to finish my game 8 years ago. Okay, Virals, you know I have a lot of philosophies on game development and stuff like that, but you have a philosophy that is working, alright? And ultimately, that's what matters. Right? What the fuck? Sorry, I'm just gazing back into chat, and Fearless was saying that the licensing cost for ET was like 20 to 25 mil, and that one developer was given 200k and an all-expenses paid vacation to Hawaii as compensation. I think they just got him out of the fucking country. Okay. So look, friends, I'm going to bring us out of Keylocker. Go to the save dinosaur. Okay. Just the loop was starting to get to me a little bit. But I do want to say this. Like, obviously, Keylocker is a fucking good game. And I want to apologize to it. It deserved a better showing than I gave it this evening. But characters good, writing brilliant, songs amazing. A world that felt so original. It really did feel like someone started with Megaman Battle Network. Just the cyber world of it, and went, okay, but if people really lived there, how would that unfurl? So please, 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 if you get the chance to check it out, please do. Because this game does need support. You know, it's got 70 positive reviews, which is not awful. But it could definitely use some more love. Alright? Thank you, Lizzie. Jumping back in, Aeon was saying it's the 90-90-90 rule. 90% of development takes up 90% of the time, and the other 10% takes 90% of the time. Oh, I see, you've played Knifey Spoony before. But, right. Virals, you're going to get the chance with the Void Rains to finish a larger portion of it. Right. And that is something that is very rare. Now, when it comes time to your next project, I'll hopefully have some genius wisdom or some, you know, inroads to getting you a buttload of money. But who knows what that'll look like in the future. This whole year has been like the fucking churn. Because, like, sorry, friends, if you're wondering what the difference between, like, Viral's development style is and, like, feature creep is that The Void Rains Upon Her Heart is already out and has sold well enough to allow Virals to keep adding features and developing it. As opposed to what some of my lovely industry friendos have done, which is spend 8 years developing one indie game, release it, and then 4 people play it and go, that's alright. You know. You have changed the scope and scale of your development to fit how your users are enjoying your title and how they are spending their money. And that's the way to do it. So, you know, and especially if you can make something that's going to continue selling month in, month out, so that when you're ready to switch over to the next project, you can just do that. You know, that's the goal. There are so many dev friends who I would love for them to have that success. And as you might have seen as well on the Our Friends Games tab, Damien's going to be bringing Damien Crawford's Golfing Experience 2024 to Steam. So we will obviously do another stream of that, because there is another person that just fucking deserves to be able to live off their games. But that's another story. Yeah. I mean, Aeon, I was also going to say games like... Because it bears, like, similarities in terms of its progression to things like Slay the Spire and stuff like that. Actually, why am I not linking Virals' fucking game? I am the worst tonight, friends. Because, like, Aeon, you're new here, and we've got a few other people. So this is The Void Rains Upon Her Heart. It is a roguelike bullet hell, but not as stressful as I make that sound. And it has a very similar storytelling method as does, say, Hades and things like that. It is a roguelike where every run adds rather than subtracts, I would say. I don't want to go too far into it, but, you know, it deals with some lovely themes of, like, care and love and empathy. And it's also really fucking fun to play. Shocking, I know. Plus it's got all the little Gelfling looking characters. Which I would later find out on a stream when Virals joined us for Sea of Thieves. Virals had never actually seen the Dark Crystal before starting development. So far as I understand it, coincidental Gelfling. Let's go. Oh, God, I hate to say it, I do feel better after a bevy. But I don't think I've got it in the tank to do Keylocker justice, and I feel so bad about that. And no, there's nothing you can say that will change that, because I'm still gonna... I'm still gonna kick my own ass about it. Yeah, well, Aeon, have a lovely rest of your weekend. To be continued. Tomorrow's going to be Sea of Thieves, and then I've got the dwarves together for Saturday for a spot of the Mines of Moria. Or just I might try again another day, or I might try and see if I can make something to help support it. Because, like, okay, Serenity Forge did send me a key, right? But they have not paid me. This is not a paid advertisement. This is not a sponsored stream. You know, I choose what games from them that I bring to you. And this one looks fucking special. Plus Viral's worked on it, which is fucking great. And it just... The fact that it is the limitations of my human form that are stopping me from showing it in its true, like, good light. Can't win them all, right? Can't win them all. But still, it deserves it. So I don't know if you noticed, friends, I just posted online very quickly. Shout out to everybody else that got fucking jump scared by Valve. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Oh, and I know exactly where we're going to be going next, and that's cool. I don't think there's anything else to be chatting about tonight. I mean, we could talk about like the challenges of indie marketing, and if you don't have luck like Virals, like how do you reapproach it? Because here's the thing. I know loads of friends that make incredible quality games, and sometimes they land and sometimes they don't. And I'm so happy for the friends who land. Because like... You'll remember Peglin. Like the Peggle Goblin. Not the other kind of goblin. That's a very different game. But that game ended up doing gangbusters. And so now Red Nexus have been like helping people. And like Red Nexus have been helping us. They did a round of giving us a budget to throw at people on itch.io, which was fucking fun. Right. And it's lovely to see friends hit that sweet spot. But then here's the question. What can we do for friends? What can friends do for themselves if the game swings and doesn't quite land? And I don't think that's a question we can tackle tonight. Because I also feel like that's something I'd want to do with people's consent. Like... Well, okay, and the reason being is that, like, when we looked at Concord and how they fucking biffed the marketing on that, you know, they were a very large entity with shit tons of resources that really should have known better. But whatever reasons that happened that we couldn't see, that we don't know, they weren't able to do it good-like. Either there was somebody in charge who wasn't listening to anybody else, or they had to cobble together a marketing plan, you know, in a fucking weekend. Who knows? But when it comes to indie stuff, like, sometimes there's so many factors that come into play. And I wouldn't want to deconstruct somebody's game in that kind of, like, post-launch marketing sense, because it might feel like I'm punching down. And I don't want anybody to ever feel like that with their games. I just want them to win, you know? Oh, yeah. Although, again, Dustin, Feet is so much better than it has any right to be. It's great. I just type F and then keep adding E's until it's the only thing in my Steam library. But here's the thing. Feet only has 5 Steam reviews. And I can't give it a Steam review because it was a gift. Now, every single one of those reviews is positive, and it does such a good job of looking like absolute a mimetic nothing sandwich that it ends up being really funny, like genuinely good. And the little race mini game is just enough engagement to keep it from being naught but a visual novel. And the build your own foot mode, fucking brilliant. But here's the thing, despite being funny, despite being well written and pretty fucking clever, Feet only has 5 reviews on Steam. 5. You know? So how could we help something like that succeed? And it's difficult, right? Yeah, and virals, it was one of those, I completely understand why Valve did it. I really wish we lived in a world where they wouldn't have to. Because it also fucks up anybody that had a successful Kickstarter. So, like, you know, let's assume Longship Games does a really, really good Kickstarter, and we promise at, like, the $5 tier, you get a copy of the game. And the Kickstarter does great, and everyone gets a copy of the game, and day one, we're just handing these keys out like it's raining, and we're getting fuck tons of positive reviews, the users love it. And on Steam, it's like, has 7 reviews, 2 negative. Because it doesn't weight those. So, like, they do not count. At this point, friends, I think we're just having an evening natter. But I'll just restart this one real quick. So I tell you what, let's come back to this tomorrow, where I'm a little bit more fresh, and I've got a squad of pirates, and we're just having ourselves a good time. I can't believe the whole games industry got fucking jump scared by Valve on a Thursday night. Been thinking about that for a while. And in fairness, I should have known that the day after the Melania fight that I would be a vegetable. But, you know. I wouldn't say it's arrogance or hubris on my part. I'd say it's just being fucking lost in the mulch. I did, Lizzie. I did solo her. 540 deaths later. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, I've officially hit the wall. So here's what I'm going to do, friends. Sage Bell is currently playing Monster Hunter. They are very early on. Like, they're still wearing the basic steel guild armor, and they picked Bugglaive because they have taste. I understand, as somebody that has turned into a heavy bowgun main, that's a bit snarky of me, but it's fine. Look, despite me being off form this evening and not doing as good a job as I could have for Keylocker, I hope you've all had a good evening, because I appreciate all of you. Sorry, that sounded like a fucking contrite dingus. All of you are very, very good to me, alright? You spend time, you keep my dumb ass alive, and you hang out here. And that's not something that I consider fucking casual, alright? Edwin, you're incredibly welcome, friend. Baron's like, I'm not! Fuck that guy! Oh. that ginger's a rat twat. There we go. There you go. You've got to balance it out. You can't be saying nice things about me. I was genuinely fearful when you were like, "Oh, Will said it was quiet," because I was like, "Please no, please no. I'll die. I'll just die." Well, I tell you what, Kakazi. If I have to choose between being overly critical and a dingus, I'll choose being overly critical. Because, hopefully, that way I will never take you lot for granted. He's weak! Get him! He's a weak hooker! Look, these are for display purpose only. This is the gun show. I bought it in the Nerf section. Dingus could be entertaining. Nah. I couldn't. I don't think I could pretend to be like an egomaniac. A lot of people used to think I was a bit of an ego loon because whenever I used to do my own streams and stuff, I used to wear sunglasses. This was because during Rome 2's campaign, I was so sleep deprived. Like, you think these bags are bad? I looked like I just was constantly being punched in the face. So I wore sunglasses so you can't see. If you go and check on YouTube now, and you go right to the earliest videos, you're like, the fuck is Will wearing sunglasses? Is this a bit? No. And also because when Christian and Hazel used to do the home invasion, I'd been crying a lot. So I was also hiding that. Welcome to the gun show. It's Nerf or nothing. We are not sponsored by Nerf. Soon the Nerf Accord will be broken. But that's another story. Anyway, if you had a good stream, if you enjoyed this, then I am really fucking happy. I just want to say again, please, wishlist Keylocker, tell people about it. If you know anybody who would super enjoy it, cough chorby, fucking tell them, right? You know? Sadly, the Longship does not have the power of being some grandiose tastemaker, but we can be the mouth in the word of mouth, you know what I'm saying? The gob in the gobby friend that keeps talking about video games. Oh man, I've just got chaos brain tonight. Okay, now let me roll credits real quickly. But seriously, thank you all. Whether you just spent the whole evening lurking, whether you were bringing in a raid or throwing bits at my dumb face, seriously, thank you. I know next week's gonna be Slugfest, and we will have to work out some goals. Spicy peppers are back on the table, alright? Now, firstly, to Gimel the Geek, Quatakwa, Dietz, Ezekiel English, Hot Hamble, Phantom Queen, Booby Fart, Ultrazine and Archer of the Eye. Whether you were gifting a sub, creating a comedy account, or just being lovely, thank you. And to all of those people, shit, you threw in bits. I was laughing at the joke and I missed it. I wonder if I can press it again. Also, thank you to the mods. Thank you to Jetman J and Restless Roots for bringing in raids in. Let's see if I can push the credits again to thank the people with bits, or if I've broken it. Well, so Kakazi, I don't know. I'm considering Snail Game as part of Slugfest just for the confusing element. But I won't be able to do the Saturday, because Saturday is the grand pièce de résistance. That's where we're doing Too Human. So, if people want to be slugs on another day, we'll be slugs another day. But we should, if we were going to do depth, it should be on that Friday. Anyway, what I wanted to say was to Akira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Lyris Dragon, and Vanderbeast, thank you so much for the bits, alright? Like, you'll put in cash day in, day out. Like, literal money. And that's why I get to stay here. So thank you. Bacon, I wish I could get people round for the gourmand. I don't know. I'll have to see if I can convince Chorby that another day of Rainworld needs to happen. Alright, so friends, I'm going to pass you over to Sage. They're still super early on in Monster Hunter. And by the looks of things, they're hunting their first Puke Puke. Now, if you know me, you know that's one of my favourite hunts. Definitely my favourite armour set for the heavy bowgun. So... also means we get to help out the homies. Fuck you guys. His name was Bacon Avenger. I'm not dead! It's like I can still hear his voice on the wind. Fucking bastards. Alright, you little terrors. I'm gonna drop you off at Sage's place. At this point, I basically want to give you all a bag of Skittles each and a kazoo. I will say, despite being a fucking mess, I had a really good day today. Thank you. Oh. God. I need someone to do a Slugfest poster. Okay, let me put that on the list. On the list. Alright, Down on Dwarf, have a lovely rest of your evening. All of you, thank you so much. To VOD watchers, I hope you had fun as well. You bunch of time-travelling lunatics. I will see you tomorrow for Sea of Thieves. And it'll be a really good time to talk Vidya-gamery. Because, oh boy, if there's a bunch of stuff to talk about. But for me, on the long ship, this is a good night. Again, please take your complimentary pack of Skittles and your kazoo. As we doodle doodle doot doot over to go see Sage. I am not a good parent.